I would please again invite you to take your seats so that we can start, okay? Good morning and welcome, all of you. I hope that the ones that have been following the seminar yesterday have enjoyed the works that took place. We both think that we're going in a very interesting way to arrive to our objectives. So let's keep on today with the discussion. We'll make this second roundtable in the assessment of the carbon balance with the presence of Kamel Gargouri that I have here on my right. Kamel is a full professor of the Higher Agriculture and Education School, and he since 2000 in the Olive Tree Research Institute in Tunisia. He was also director of the institute in 2022, and he's the head of the research laboratory on sustainability of olive growing and arboriculture in arid environments. He has been very focused in the impact of climate change on the olive sector and mitigation strategies, being the soil one of his main points of interest, as he's a specialist in soil sciences. He's the author of more than 50 scientific publications and a member of several national and international committees and commissions. So Kamel will introduce us the experience in the assessment of the carbon balance in arid soils as a carbon reservoir. Kamel, please take the floor.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank you to invite me to participate with you in this workshop. I think it's very interesting and very time to think about this because since I was working on climate change during more than 20 years, the situation is becoming critical and mitigation strategies has to be implemented now. And I think this workshop, olive tree can be one of the solution as is the aim of this workshop. So I belong to Olive Institute in Tunisia, which is a national research institute dedicated to olive tree. It was dedicated to olive tree at the beginning, since its implementation 40 years ago. And since 1996, it was dedicated also to arboriculture in arid environments. Okay. So I will speak about olive growing in arid climate, not only because I am coming from arid country, but because it's really very important. And the major part of the work I will show you was conducted in rain-fed orchards. So why arid soils are important? First of all, because aridity, as you can see in the map, the upper map, is all around the Mediterranean region, and is forecasted to increase. The area of arid zones is forecasted to increase due to climate change. So we will have more and more arid soils. So it's important to know how these arid soils what is their behavior, and if they can be a good reservoir for carbon sequestration or carbon storage. So this is the cycle, more or less, of the carbon in the ecosystem. So we have biomass return to soil, and then we can have mineralization or humification and soil respiration that give CO2 to the atmosphere. And we can have short-term storage. This is the main point of my work, is the storage of carbon, but at the short term, and we can have carbon sequestration for longer term. So if we want to improve the carbon storage, we have to increase biomass production by in this work diversification and recycling agro industries by wastes. We have also to reduce soil respiration by better cultural practices, better choice of exogenous material, organic material that we can add, diversification, and enhanced storage. There is a problem. So, and on the other hand, we have to increase carbon storage, and we have to know exactly what is the fate of organic carbon in the soil, in this arid soil, and the combination of soil management and exogenous organic matter. So I think there is a shift between the two screens. Normally I should have this one here and the other one there, but I think there is not problem. So, okay. So the focus of my presentation is to summarize more than 20 years of experimentation in three themes. The first one is the soil organic matter in arid soils. What is the situation and the fate of this organic matter? The exogenous organic matter, what we can apply to soil, and what is the efficacy and the fate of this exogenous organic matter, and humification versus mineralization. So as you can see, this is a real measurement in two areas in arid land in Tunisia. One was in the Sahel with about 300 millimeters per year of rainfall, and the second one is about 200 millimeters. And you can see that from 1947 to 2004, the organic matter decreased drastically from 2 to 4% to 0.4%, and in other area from 1 to 0.2%. So all the organic matter was depleted in this soil due to the intensive tillage, cultural practices. And there is quite no biomass that return to soil, because with plugging, with tillage, we avoid any competition, any natural vegetation, and there is no recycling of produced organic matter, byproducts, leaves and pruning materials, so on. So this is the situation. Now it's worse. So we conducted an experiment in Shaal. Shaal is governmental farm that has 18,000 hectares of olive groves. So it's a very good field for experimentation. So you can see this is the average of 100 locations in this area. And as you can see, the decrease is very quick of the soil organic matter. And we have a continuous depletion of soil organic matter reaching very, very low amounts, about 0.1%. So in this area also, we followed other practices with minimum tillage, no tillage, and tillage with olive meal wastewater spreading. And you can see the first one, NC, is no tillage. and you can see that the organic matter amount is more than 2.5%, while for the tillage, when we have tillage, it's around 0.6%. And we keep tillage and we have spreading of organic meal wastewater, we reach about 2%. So with good cultural practices, we can have a better situation than that we have now. So we try to modelize the fate of this organic matter. We based our work on old model, is Socrates model, that we transformed it to fit with arid soils, and it's based only on temperature and rainfall. And as I told you, it's more than 100 locations and different kinds of soils. But the common point between soils that there is no few amount of clay, less than 30% maximum. So this is the situation, and we can, with this model, you can see the figure in bottom figure on the right is the validation of the model is running very well. It was validated in 10 other areas, not studied areas, and it's running very well. And we can modelize and forecast what will happen. So we try to compare between if we bring some exogenous organic matter, if not, what is the situation? And you can see that the model forecasts that if we bring some organic matter, we will lose more. But it's not very true, because it was developed basing on the intrinsic organic matter, stabilized and protected organic matter, and exogenous organic matter is not protected. So it is not very true. So we have to verify this. So we conducted another trial, is to see what is the fate of the organic matter which is brought to the soil. So we used several organic matter like ovine manure, olive meal wastewater, olive husk-based compost, olive pruning residues, and palm-based compost. In this work, we brought exactly the same amount of carbon for every organic matter, and we balanced nitrogen and water to have the same initial situation for carbon, nitrogen, and water. And we followed, this was conducted in two steps, one in incubation with controlled conditions, and the second one in field. So you can see the graph here is only the soil aspiration, so the CO2 emission during the first week, and you can see that compost in blue don't have a lot of emission, it's stabilized organic matter, but the others have more. And here we have the cumulated, and we can see that till 60 days, we have the first 20 days we have an increase, then we have like stabilization, and it's like stabilized organic matter. This can give us what is the amount of the carbon that will remain in the soil after the first degradation of exogenous organic matter. So here we calculated what is the amount that remain in the soil. Here you can see this is the difference between the first day and the last day. And here, of course, we have depletion of organic matter, more depletion when we have fresh organic matter like green waste here or manure, but we have less when we have composts here, and less, of course, with bare soil because there is no organic matter. But this is the difference between the bare soil and the soil with exogenous organic matter, and we can see that all increased, and the best results were with composts, because it's stabilized, then followed by this is the green waste that are the pruning materials. So another way to bring organic matter is the cover crops. This is in arid area, less 200 millimeters per year of rainfall. And we tried to keep cover crop under the trees. And here the first thing we saw is what is the impact on the water balance. And you can see that in deep layers, we have more water in soils with cover crop than bare soil. And this is good point because this cover crop will take the water from the upper layers and will permit better infiltration and the better storage of water in deep layers. This is in rain-fed orchard. So it was really very good and gave good results, especially for increased organic matter. But here, what I want to say is that this is natural vegetation, and this is we added like bean, barley, and bean with barley. This natural vegetation was well adapted to the situation, so gave better biomass than the others. We tried to bring diversification, but a lot of work should be done to select the best cultivars of legumes, of cereals to be added to this cover crop. So then we developed another model just to simulate this part, is the fate of the exogenous matter when we add it to the soil, how much will be depleted, how much CO2 will be emitted from the soil during the first period, and the model gave good results, and it was validated even in silty saline soil. Now we go to the extreme in these arid soils. Several types, as you can see the dots, several types of organic soils, arid soils, and we go also to saline soils, and it gave good results. So what is the importance of this? That we can just use both of these models. The first one will give us the initial situation of the second one, because we will have the stabilized organic matter that will follow this fate and will give more accurate results. So it's good to know if we will work on flux of organic matter, of CO2 emission or carbon storage. It's good to know what is the amount that we will keep in the soil after addition of exogenous organic matter. With the model is based on what is in the organic matter, like what is the soluble fraction, lignin fraction, and the initial carbon in the soil and the carbon in the organic matter. This is linked to the soil and to the organic matter characteristics. And with both of these two models, we can have good information on the what will give the organic matter, what is the amount of carbon will be stored in the soil, and what is the amount that will be emitted as CO2, and to calculate the flux of this of CO2 and going inside and outside the system. It can be a good tool. It can be a good tool that can be added to more holistic model to calculate the amount of stored organic carbon in the soil in arid soils. The last part of this presentation is to evaluate the fate of organic matter, humification versus mineralization. So the aim is to have more humification that enhance carbon storage in the soil, and to respond to the question how we can increase humification versus mineralization. So it was a trial for the long term, more than 20 years. We compared tilled soil, not tilled soil, and tilled with organic amendment, what was olive meal wastewater, and chemical and spectroscopic analysis were done to follow the carbon. This is the same figure than I showed you before, is about the carbon in the soil. And we go to see what treatment gave the most humificated organic matter. And as expected, no tillage give the most, the higher amount of humic carbon, then followed by olive meal wastewater spreading. Here we answer also the question is that with good exogenous organic matter, we can increase the amount of organic carbon, but also we can increase the amount of humified organic carbon. That is very important. So, in conclusion, we try to summarize quickly more than 20 years of work on about 200 locations in arid area of Tunisia. In conclusion, we can say that arid soil can be an efficient reservoir for organic carbon by applying best practices for field management. We reduce tillage. Why reduce tillage and no tillage and not no tillage? We tried also a comparison between reduced and no tillage. Reduced tillage is to keep cover crop up to 6 to 7 months, and when we have a hot and dry period, the cover crop will die, and then there is a light tillage just to incorporate this organic material in the soil, and it gave better olive production than no tillage at all. So it was what we recommend is reduce tillage, not no tillage in this area. Even though tillage will increase carbon depletion, but during the dry and hot summer, there is no water in the upper layer of the soil, so there is no organic matter depletion and degradation, so the impact on organic matter storage is very weak. We can use the best exogenous organic matter. We can, depending on the characteristics of the organic matter and of the soil, we can choose what organic matter we should apply, because we will know what is the amount of the carbon that we stored in the soil, and what is the amount of the carbon will be depleted as CO2. So it's good information, and we can use it to choose what organic matter we can use. Also, diversification, agroforestry, and cover crop are good solution even in arid climate. And the first question we had to answer to, because it was the question of the farmers and also the question of extension services and the political deciders, is what is the impact on water balance? Because they thought that when we have cover crop during a period of the year, this cover crop will take the water, and the water is the first limiting factor in this area, and there will be no water for olive tree. So during 6 years, we focused on water balance. We measured all we can measure on water balance, and we proved that the impact on water balance is better than without cover crop during this period. And we recommended the period from October to March to have cover crop. And during this period, normally it's rainy, normally it's also cold, but actually it's very dry And now in Tunisia, the temperature is more than 30, which is the temperature of summer. So we are facing climate change very hardly. So, but we proved that this cover crop improved water storage in deeper layer, and that in these rainfed orchards, the roots of the olive tree can reach these layers and will benefit from this water, and it gives better production than without cover crops. And at the end, by some models, these ones, and there is many other, we can forecast and know and predict precisely what are the impacts of these cultural practices and the impact of the addition of exogenous organic matter to the soil. So you can find these results in some publication we have. You can find them on my profile in ResearchGate or Scopus profile. And this work was conducted in several projects to achieve this. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, dear Kamel. I think that the work that you have been doing is really important to the Mediterranean area, because there are many countries with arid situation similar to the Tunisian one. Remember our dear friend that has already passed away, Munir Abouchi, showing he just passed away this summer, showing us shocking photos in the south of Tunisia, where the olive trees, as the soil was, there is so much drought, and the soil is without any structure, is so suffering so much that the olive trees would fall because they have nowhere to stick with their roots. So I'm glad that this work is coming out, that results, I think, are in the same line that we had yesterday of reducing the soil management practices that may be more aggressive, reducing tillage and improving the soil coverage. I'm glad that all the works that are being introduced go on that way. And thank you so much for sharing with us these results. Thank you. Now, I will pass the floor to Hakim Boulal. Hakim is a senior scientist at African Plant Nutrition Institute. He's based in Setat in Morocco, and he has more than 25 years experience in agricultural Mediterranean research, including cropping systems, soil and water conservation, and plant nutrition. During his previous positions in national and international organizations such as INRA, ICARDA, IPNI, and currently APNI, Dr. Boulal coordinated and managed several olive projects in irrigated and rain-fed systems and plant nutrition domain in North Africa, mainly in Tunisia and Morocco. Dr. Boulal is currently leader of Resilience Agriculture for Africa and Dryland in APNI, where carbon versus nutrient versus water nexus in olive systems is one of the main core research areas. Hakim didn't put here, but he also has a PhD from the University of Córdoba in these matters. So thank you so much for being with us. And Hakim, please take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the International Olive Council for the invitation to be here with you. And I am glad also here to be in this workshop and to meet with some colleagues that a lot of years I didn't meet them. And thank you very much. As the African Plant Nutrition Institute, I know that a lot of people, they don't know this institution. For that, I would like to start by a short overview about the institution. African Plant Nutrition Institute is a non-profit organization recently created in 2019 from the International Plant Nutrition Institute. It was the IPNI based before in the headquarters in Atlanta, United States. And after that, in 2019, we moved to Morocco as African Plant Nutrition Institute. And we are mostly based in research in plant nutrition. And as a headquarters, we are based and hosted by the University of Mohammed VI Polytechnic of Ben Guerir in Morocco. And all the staff we are there. And we are collaborating a lot with this university to program over Africa for the plant nutrition. We have 3 regional offices, one in Satat in Morocco, another one in Nairobi in Kenya for East and South Africa, and the other one is in Yamoussoukro in Abidjan for West Africa. The main strategic theme that we are working at the institution is climate, weather, smart plant nutrition, and also precision nutrient management and soil health. And the core area are based mainly in farming-centric research method and efficient fertilizer recommendation and ecosystem services, where the carbon is very important, and the research about the carbon storage, carbon sequestration is one of the core area of our research. Sorry, I think, oops, sometimes. No, before. Okay, let's see. Yeah, for that, African Plant Nutrition Institute created some initiative around Africa, and one of the important initiative was called Resilient Agriculture for African Dryland, which is RAFAD, and the role of this initiative is to find solution in dryland area, solution based mainly on best nutrients management practices, and to use this initiative to improve even the livelihood of smallholder farmer, and also to improve the productivity, drought based nutrients management practices. The mission also is to face the challenge in this dryland area, because, you know, in Africa, for example, we have more than 60% of the area is in dryland. Even you can see in North Africa on Sahel, or also in some area in the South Africa, dryland is very present, and where also the population is there, should to face this challenge of the climate change. And for that, we are looking to find solution with the partner there at national countries, but also as international organization. As I said, we have 4 main priorities under Resilient Agriculture for African Dryland Initiative. And one of the important priority for us is incentivizing carbon management in dryland tree system. And for our case in North Africa, olive system is the important tree crop. And it was with cereal, one of the main priority for this initiative. For North Africa, we have started with olive system, also a little bit with date palm, and effectively cereal also mainly in Morocco, and also in Tunisia. Just if we can look this figure from the Morocco, it is looking the area, the increase of the area of olive over the 40 last year, from 1980 to 2020. We have two big plan in Morocco. The Green Morocco plan as a big initiative, and the Green Generation. They have encouraged to extend the area of olive, and in the last 20 years, the area of olive increased in twice, from 800,000 hectares. We are now at almost 1,200,000 hectares. But you can see this area extended mainly in the area where it was cereals, and mainly barley and wheat. and then the area of barley and wheat are decreasing, and the area of olive increase. That means one important thing also, that the extension was in some arid and semi-arid area, where is also the scarcity of water. And also what is very important is the farmer there were cereal growers, not olive growers. It was for them a big challenge to cultivate olive in this area. However, when I am talking about the scarcity of water, the Moroccan government incentivized farmer in the first 2 years with irrigation. But after that, you know, the last 10 years with the high frequency of drought, some area where now olive where ground are completely abandoned. The last 5 years, for example, and it is now a challenge in Morocco how we can deal with irrigation in some system or some dams. They don't have enough water, drinking water effectively. How they can move for the agriculture? It is now the challenge, but still a potential for carbon sequestration if we go to our subject and focus. Well, the extension of olive is also a pool for carbon sequestration, and for that we are okay. Oh, no, it's okay. Okay, you can move. Okay, it's okay now. This slide. And one of the important research area for African plant nutrition for the next 5 years in our program is to look at the carbon nutrient water nexus in olive landscape. First of all, you know that olive was traditionally in rainfed area in the landscape, and now, as I said, in last 20 years, we are moved in some cereal area. For that, our objective, first of all, is to characterize this landscape of olive system. We have like in here in Spain or in other region in Mediterranean basin, various olive system from irrigated, rain-fed. We have also intercropping system, etc. And our objective now in our orientation in the institution is not only to look at the carbon sequestration, but to look in this nexus between water, nutrient, and carbon, because there is a huge relationship, a significant relationship between carbon sequestration and water and nutrients. Okay. Okay. And if we are talking about olive system in irrigated area, the priority now is to move from the full irrigation also system to deficit irrigation, because the inclusion of irrigation in olive system was drought technology for saving water like drip irrigation, but the management was in full irrigation. As I said, now where we are reducing the amount for the irrigation and to move to deficit irrigation, we should to look as a research institution what is the relationship between the deficit irrigation on nutrients and how this relationship can affect the carbon sequestration in olive system. It is also one of the research areas that we are developing for the next 5 years, even here in Morocco or also in Tunisia, because our program in North Africa is based in the two countries, Morocco and Tunisia, mainly in Tunisia in collaboration with the Olive Institute of Tunisia. The first step that we have started this year is to understand the carbon sequestration at the level of the trees. But the first step, before to go to the carbon content, we need to estimate the biomass of the tree. And we have started this year with 2 master study in collaboration with the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, but also in collaboration with the Olive Institute of Tunisia, and to test destructive method, and also to assess some allometric equation. And for the destructive method, we are facing trees, and to take off the trees, we need some challenge, some authorization, etc. But we had this opportunity from the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic in the farm experimentation of this university, but also throughout the collaboration with the Olive Institute in Sfax region, when we were able to go to centenary trees. Then this destructive method we have used it for 3 categories of olive in Morocco, olive with 2, 4, and 16 years, and 1 centenary tree in Sfax in Tunisia. Then the objective was to test the biomass in the tree. First step is to measure the dendrometry variable. The second one is to make the destructive method, and the third one is to building some equation. In the farm of UMCSP of Morocco, we have made destructive method over 9 trees, 3 trees per age, and we have measured first of all the dendrometry, some dendrometry variable like tree height, the diameter, also the trunk height, etc. We have tested this dendrometry variable for tree by tree. First of all, we have worked with modelers to test the feasibility to this one. But it seems that not all the dendrometry variable can be measured in all the age. We can measure it in 2 years and 4 years, but we cannot measure in 16 years. For example, like the diameter, for example, at 30 centimeter for the trunk. It was a huge work that has been done in this method for destructive method, because we went from the below ground area of the trees until the above ground. But for the above ground, we have measured all the components of the tree, and we didn't also negligate the soil, because the soil organic carbon around the tree is very important, and we have two steps. We have the soil that is under irrigated condition, because we have the irrigated area, and outside the outside not irrigated, and we have separate the 2 areas in our sampling. For that, you can see in this image we have marked the zone of irrigated zone for the tree and the not irrigated. And we have considered all the components of these trees. Also, the processing was very huge processing, because we worked with 2 students from the MCSP, master student, and we will continue with the PhD students. Here also you can see the centenary tree in Sfax region. We discovered that the root system for a centenary tree can go until 20 meters from one tree to another. It was we were very, very surprised, but it is dry area there, and to evaluate the below ground biomass for such tree is not very easy. It's not very easy. We have worked about just one tree, a team with, I think, 12 persons for 2 weeks to explore one tree. And next year we will continue with our colleague from the Olive Institute for 2 other trees, centenary tree. We have the chance to have this authorization from the local authorities and also the Olive Institute to work together to estimate the above and below ground biomass of centenary tree in Tunisia. what for the first result from the comparing the age of the tree, that for the young tree is the above ground biomass is higher than the below, but when we reach at 16 years, is this the reverse? The biomass for the below ground biomass is very high. It is now the question, at which age, at which system, where we can have this proportion, different proportion between below and above ground biomass, because sometimes it was estimated that we have almost the same proportion, but now it is also the question, also what we have measured also in Tunisia, is the above ground or the below ground that have more proportion. It is a question also for research, but need more research deeply in this area by descriptive method. When we have measured the non-trigonometric variable, we have tested also more than 15 allometric equation from the literature, and to see how this allometric equation can fit to estimate the biomass of olive tree. We have found, we have made some correlation between all the variable for the above, below, and the total biomass, and and we have decided that the selection of the non-trigonometric variable should to be highly correlated. This parameter also should non-destructive, can be measurable to estimate the biomass, and also should be applicable for all the age of the tree, because some variable we have found they can fit for 2 or 4 years, but when we go for 16 years, this variable cannot be, for example, measurable. And for that, by testing this equation, we have found only 2 equations from the literature that fit to estimate the total biomass, but the other equation that we have tested were over or less for the estimation of the biomass of olive tree. And according to the correction that we have made, we have retained three parameters: the age, the height, and the trunk diameter at 10 centimeters for evaluating the biomass. For that, we have used the model performance, like the R square, the mean absolute error, the root mean square, and also the leave one outcross. These parameters have been chosen in accordance and in collaboration with modeler from the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic of Belgrade. All this work that is in continuous phase, because as I said, we have just started in 2023 in this year, and we are looking to go until 2028, because we have now 2 PhD students with us, one from the University Mohammed VI of Belgrade to assess the carbon nitrogen water nexus in olive system, and the other one from the Olive Institute of Tunisia for the estimation of carbon assessment in olive system in dryland area of Tunisia. Our vision for the 5 years plan is to establish a carbon stock and potential contribution of best management practices to boost soil carbon sequestration in various cropping system in Africa. Also development protocols and methodologies for the estimation of carbon content in olive trees, and the assessment of carbon water nutrient nexus in olive cropping system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hakim, for the interesting results that you have showed us in this model that you are developing. It's interesting to see that your lecture goes exactly after Karim's lecture, Kamel's lecture, and that's you're working together and go on the same line. So now I'll pass the floor to Ricardo Beck. Bem-vindo, Ricardo. Ricardo is a specialist in carbon schemes, particularly focused on the certification of carbon removals in agriculture. He is the coordinator of Credible, a platform linked to the European Commission for moderating the network of initiatives or projects and stakeholders in carbon farming with the aim of ensuring transparency and environmental integrity and methodological standardization in soil carbon accounting in the European Union. With all the projects that has been followed, he was invited to join the European Commission's technical expert group on agriculture on mineral soils that gives support in achieving, which helps the European Union achieving its climate policy goals. Ricardo also is the project developer in Farms for Climate project, where he coordinates the registration process for an area of over 50,000 hectares of woody crops in southern Spain to become more eligible for the issuance of carbon removal credits. Ricardo is also the president of Certified Climate Actions, an association of top scientists set up to define the technical theoretical framework impact of agricultural practices and methods for their monitoring towards a certification system specific to the Mediterranean crops. Ricardo, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. First, thank for the EOCs for the invitation, especially Juan and Katarina. Well, let's see if it's not okay. Okay, all right. Okay, so first of all, just briefly, like I was very nicely introduced, but just to also say that I came here with a different angle for what things are being said so far, which I think will contribute for the discussion right now, because we are talking about how do we assess, we quantify the carbon stocks and perennials, and we are seeing the angle from the university, from the most accurate ways of measuring that. And what I can bring here today, it's my experience in dealing with the market needs and the deployment on the ground of these projects, which bring a different angle and a different need for how we are going to quantify the carbon stocks in the olive sector. And as said, Credible, it's a youth-funded project that literally try to bring stakeholders to a conversation in order for this group to be okay with one way to go. And I guess what we are doing here is pretty much what Credible is going to do, is already doing. So, but I'm gonna talk about Credible at the end of my presentation. So talking about quantification also, why we are talking about quantification. I think you guys remember this presentation yesterday from the European Commission. We are in constantly contact with the DG Clima, and I wanted to bring this back again slightly, because we are talking about removals, because these removals are need to compensate the hard to abate emissions that we will not reach at the end of this journey to reduce emissions. And this journey to reduce emissions is the priority and should keep the priority. So removals should not be seen as an offset, as a way to allow me to pollute so I can buy removals elsewhere. But so keeping this in mind, this conversation is important for us to go through that, like why we are accounting for that. So just quickly going back to that, the European Commission said the ways we are going to remove carbon farming is one of them. And we are here talking about carbon farming, but there is this binding target the European Commission set about the 310 megatons of CO2 be removed by 2030. And this is a number. And in order to reach a number, we need to quantify. So we need to have a standard and a way that we all agree on how we are going to quantify that in order to harmonize all the data from all different sectors that are removing. So there is a clear goal for why we need to quantify here. But I also want to bring a little bit back the attention for where this boom of carbon farming appear, because you guys know that the forest sector are removing carbon since a longer time, and olive sector were not necessarily included on that in order of for the removals on the biomass. And carbon farming reached a boom in the COP21 in 2015 with this report made by this French institution called 4 per mile that states in academic reports that if all agricultural land in the world are able to increase yearly 0.4% of the carbon stocks in the soil, it is already able to abate all current emissions. So that was one of the presentations that happened during this COP21, and literally create a road for carbon farming to exist, but mainly focus on soil organic carbon. And that mainly comes from how we are gonna deal with our land. And that is a systemic approach for agriculture, because it is inviting farming system to don't look in this tunnel only on yields, but in a more holistic way of how can we build up a soil health and health for the whole system. And here comes for the market perspective. So there is an interest for this to happen because the market felt a pressure on achieving sustainability goals, which comes for their own climate neutrality, and that comes for their way to reduce their emissions and also start finding a way to offset the hard to abate emissions inside their own value chain. And here, I guess, it's important to see that the market is demanding something incredible, which means that they want a quantification system that will give them a value of a carbon sequestration that nobody will be against, basically. That doesn't necessarily mean there is the most accurate system for quantification. It is a system that the market is fine and see a price. And this is important because we, I mean, my background is in environment science. I am a big fan of ecosystem services. And in academia, we can research how much ecosystem services are important for the whole ecosystem in general. But it's hard to put a price on that. And it's hard to find a market that is able to pay for that. And this is an opportunity because carbon removal is an ecosystem service. And there is an indicator that is the carbon itself. They are able to give a market value for capital to be flow into deployment of projects. So I guess it's important to keep this in mind, because what is gonna change the perspective of a farmer for them to change the way that he does the farming right now, it will be complex, but it's mainly economical. And I also think that it's important to understand that the quantification, besides we are talking about like the most precise way of quantify, also the decision for which system we are gonna adapt is also gonna be economical. And not that I'm a big fan of that, but it's important to keep this in mind. And the European Commission, since I'm part of the expert group, they are trying to do their best in reviewing all the methodologies that are around, and the methodologies they are already taking place because there is a market for that. And these methodologies have already the bullet points of how we should account for carbon removals in the farming sector. So going, okay. So I guess, so then it's important for everyone here maybe to have this clear in mind, if it's not still. Like we are talking about a difference between a scheme that is result-based against a one that is action-based. And just to put an example, common agriculture policy is an action-based. What does it mean? That it's being paid for doing something. While the result-based system, you are not paying for only doing something. You are paying for the results of your action. So that's why we come with this need of quantification. But this quantification should be something agreed among the parts that are involved in this trade. So another word for quantification and going towards the project development is MRV system. So that's something that everybody should also keep in their glossary. Monitoring, report, and verification. That's basically the whole mechanism they're able to quantify this flow of carbon in any project, not only in carbon farming. So just few aspects of MRV systems that are important for our conversation here is through the agreed mechanism of MRV that we are going to delineate the baseline, that we are going to make the projections about the carbon removals, that we are going to keep the project under monitoring and report and facilitate this information for further and third-party validation. So this is, I'm not expecting you guys can read that, but it's just a flow to understand how a project or using the European Commission's word, the operator, which is a farming system, go through this pathway to be able to receive money from the system. So you first need to understand if your land is able to capture amount of carbon that make everything feasible. Once you have thumbs up for that, then you need to carry out the whole documentation that will show, I'm gonna go for that later, the aspects that your project it needs to fulfill under the methodology that you are applying under carbon scheme, be validated for a third part, then you put actions in practice, and then further on, and I guess this is important, like we are only going to have the results of our project years later during the carry out of the cycle of certification. And that's when we get the results. And that's why it's a result-based scheme. So we saw that many times. Not going to go into details that here, but like this is one phase of baseline. Like Roberto showed us yesterday that the baseline can go up, then can go straight. And I'm showing one that is slightly decreasing the amount of soil organic carbon during the period. And how we know that? We need to apply a certain tools for quantifying the current carbon stock, understand the historical development of this carbon stock to make projections. And I also heard some confusion yesterday about measurement. Measurement is all of that is measurement somehow. Like, although we understand that those on the bottom, they require the field sampling, they require the calibration from and the analytics of the soil to be able to proceed on the use, but they are very much welcome right now in the methodologies the European Commission are considering for the EU. And just put in a random example here, like how we can deploy this in practice in a project. Like we have a big territory and we need to know the carbon stocks like of this territory. So in order to minimize the cost and the effort of getting the real information, we can use public data with a set of parameters that can indicate us the higher or lower potential of carbon accumulation and create what is called the stratification, which basically has the goal of minimizing the amount of field samplings to get the most accurate result for a bigger territory. And this is something very simple, is on our hands to do that, to create maps like that that can give us an idea of how carbon stocks are currently in the field and how they will evolve in our baseline. So going back to that, then baseline is one scenario of business as usual or without practice. And then when we agree on which practices we are going to do, we have a scenario of a carbon farming practice. Or we can have a more optimistic scenario if we are combining practices that we know from previous experience, from previous research, that can even increase. And the decision is basically the decision that it's about how farmers are able to deploy these practices on the ground, if they have the current knowledge, the current machinery, the current advisory, but also if they're combination is also economically viable for them to go up or down in this carbon farming baseline. And going back to that again, what is being paid by the market is not your current carbon stock, is the difference between what you are bringing as additional to the current state. And this can be as up as your ambition and your project can go. So 1 ton of this CO2 is what it's about, what is 1 carbon credit. So basically this is how you set up the feasibility, but like we need to consider that there are changes in yields and a potential premium price for what is regenerative. There is the carbon revenues, and there is your change of cost that in certain cases can even be positive for the farming operation if you are reducing an input and getting an input that will gradually be introduced to your soil, so you don't need to fertilize as much in the future. And about documentation, this list could go very further, but I just want to bring here this idea that for a project to be set, you need to carry out an inventory of information, like an archive of all the historic land use, and especially for one of the biggest certification that is Vera, you need to comply with additionality, and additionality means that what you're doing is not a common practice. So I have had some conversations here, and I want to bring this to the table, that the olive sector has something on additionality on the regard that the trees grow for the production of olive, not necessarily for the removal. No, it's different than a forestation project. And I know that this can become polemic, but like the point is that what the market is trying to premium is something that is different, the state of art right now. And most of the carbon schemes, they require you to show that what you're doing is different than what is normally done, because otherwise is a free riding in the market. And just I'm about to finish with that. I just want to bring the attention to that, because even people that are very much in understanding carbon schemes not only pass through that, the need of tools and understanding of how we are going to do project, grouped projects. What does it mean? Means that if you have a big farming system that is on your possession, it's easier for you to understand the historical land management of that and create the permanence contract, because it's one person signing, it's all the documentation of one person. But this is not the reality of the Mediterranean. Mediterranean is a lot of smallholders that can work together in farming association or cooperatives, but they have their own way of changing their lands. And although they produce the same, they don't necessarily do the same. And there is a need and there is a space in the market for premium that, but it brings complexity, and there is a need for the market to bring tools to that. And so now finishing off my presentation, just a little bit about Credible. So Credible is this network of networks. So the intention is, as I said, here is a good example. People from different fields of interest in the olive can come here together to see how can we agree on a quantification approach. So inside a Credible project, we have 11 focus group that I'm going to show you later. But is these focus groups are talking right now about one umbrella topic and trying to get the most concise answers to this to deliver to the public and to the European Commission in a summit, a real physical summit where they can put these ideas, this consensus into the public knowledge and receive comments to further work on that in a new year cycle to the next summit. And the next summit is going to happen here in Spain in March. And if you want to do the QR code check-in, you can see what are these 11 focus group working on that. But like, just to understand, these focus groups are trying to answer this main 3 things on the top. So which practices are unknown that can result in carbon accumulation? and which standards the market are working to be acceptable in this trade, and how to monitor. Always going back to what Paula said yesterday, like we need to find a way that our monitoring is the most accurate without compromise the cost effectiveness of the whole process. And this is one of the things that we are also discussing incredible. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ricardo. I think that your presentation was a great compliment to Paulo's lecture yesterday also. Again, you referred the importance of the baseline delineation, now of making an inventory, making fuel sampling of for the carbon stock quantification, and to arrive to have or to quantify that additionality that has to be created with reducing releases and maximizing, like you said, the input through the introduction of residues, etc., and all those management practices. I was glad to see that you also referred because maybe passed, but I didn't hear it. I think I haven't or I didn't pay enough attention to hear it. We're talking also on the soil microbiome because I think it's a really important a really important factor for keeping the carbon in the soil. And thanks for referring that also. Okay, thank you so much to all. And now we'll pass to discussion. We would love to hear from you, so please feel free to make any questions that you may feel. So what we will ask you? Oh, okay. So please raise your hands if you want to participate in the discussion. I'm sure you have so many things to say, please. Okay, we have a question there. I would please ask you to introduce yourself and the enterprise or institution you work in, okay, before making the question. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Emilio González from the Higher School of... Hello? Okay, now. Emilio González from the Higher School of Agriculture and Forestry Engineers of the University of Córdoba. And well, thank you for the 3 presentations, very interesting, all of them. And I have some questions, but I'll try to reduce. I was very, very happy to learn about the experience presented in Northern. My question would be, because in the end, farmers will have to make decisions and to apply, and we should try to help them choose the best choice. According to your experience, what would be the most interesting suggestion for farmers? This is to Mr. Gulgori. And I was also, well, in your conclusions, you were recommending reduced tillage instead of leaving the crop residue, the cover crop residues on topsoil and let them degrade. Is erosion, I understand with less than 200 millimeters, erosion might not be your top soil problem, but if you have intensive rainfall, it might be a problem if it comes early autumn when the ground cover won't be established. This is the first question. And a question for Ricardo. It's in sometimes you know, there are some fancy new names for agricultural practices or principles, and we know that regenerative agriculture is the last one. We were involved in the 4 per mill, and we are members of the 4 per mill initiative, and they were promoting conservation agriculture. And I was finalizing, so it's very short. So what different you think that it makes to integrate this new terminology? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. So the most interesting suggestion is depend on the situation of the field. So we developed the tool that can bring the best information. It's more a tool for extension services or for cooperatives. We don't have a lot, but people who can use this tool to choose the best organic matter or manure to bring, and what is the fate of this organic matter. So it depends, it needs some information from the field and some information about the organic matter. But if we want to simplify, the best we found always is our composts. But to have more cost effective is to go for compost with free organic matters like residues and so on. So we have to collect them and so on. It's more difficult to find because we don't have a lot of organic matter. Pruning materials are not enough. We need the other organic matter to have good compost. And the other thing is olive meal wastewater is really good fertilizer, but we have to use it with using the best practices. So this is in general. And erosion, we have problems with erosion, especially when we have heavy rains. For example, normally in Tunisia, it's dry from quite May to September, but this summer in June, we have very heavy rains. So in this period, there is no cover crops, and yes, we will have some erosion, important erosion, but the erosion will be less if we have more organic matter, and so more structured soils than very weak organic matter amount, so not structured soil. But in general, in rain-fed orchards, even if we try to keep organic matter, at the end we don't have because it will die, and the root will be depleted, and we will not have organic matter during summer period. This is the case of arid lands. So we try to find the best balance between having cover crops, water balance, and limiting soil loss. So I think it was during these years of work, it was the best balance with a few limited soil tillage to have the best production. And the work of our colleague Munir Bishu, who died some months ago in the summer, it worked on the role of olive meal wastewater to fixing and soil and reducing erosion, and it's really very efficient. Thank you.
Hi, and also just going back to that question as well, because this is also one thing that we do incredible is to go through the practices, and I guess it's important just to mention that there is no one fit for all practice. So the practice can be recommended to a certain area with certain aspects of that landscape that will not necessarily serve to something that is quite similar, but so there is this need of contextualizing the practice. And going to the question particularly, I think that even the proper name kind of give a hint for why I prefer to use regenerative. Nothing against conservative agriculture, but like the idea is that we should look for the practices in a more holistic way, in the sense that we understand the whole thing and not just focus on the yields. Because there is historically we could see that although we had a important for the humanity increase on food production, this comes with a cost that now it's bringing back to the whole productivity. So I guess the term regenerative comes to this idea that we have depletion, especially in soils, that we want to build back. And this is rather than keep it on the same level, but rather increase the quality and the health of the soil. So it's a terminology. I would rather not focus on if it's A or B. It's just the concept itself that should be applied and using understanding that now there is this opportunity that carbon is one indicator of soil health that can help us to deploy capital for the projects to happen.
Yeah. Would you mind coming, Ayman, if it works, or remember to introduce yourself, please.
Better from here or?
Intenta. Sí.
Thank you, Antonio. Hello, good morning. My name is Jose Fernando Robles. I represent a farmers association in the south of Spain. Of course, I also want to congratulate the three speakers for the quality of their intervention, but I would like to address to Mr. Beck. We are currently having many people calling, many farmers calling us in order to get involved in credit carbon schemes. And according to your presentation, I think that this is still a long way to run about monitoring, about regulation. What will be your message for those farmers that are thinking to get involved in that carbon credit schemes? Is it a good moment to start now, or maybe there's going to be relevant changes in the coming years? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I guess it's quite relevant. The moment is now, and there is no doubt on that. And although it seems to be a long journey, is a step-by-step journey, and the first step is just there. Like and one thing that was said yesterday, we start from understanding the moment that we are now. So the understanding our carbon stocks and the projection of baseline is the first thing that needs to be done. So you understand, and the suggestion made yesterday that the olive sector should go for put their effort on creating their own baseline is good for the whole sector. But in a farm level, you can also do that, or in a cooperative, on a farming association, you can already set up the tools for having your baseline and the list of documentation and apply for any carbon scheme that is already available. It's already happening. There are farming systems in Spain that are already being able to issue, or at least to get upfront payments for the projections of carbon credits. So the moment is now. It's true that the ministry in Spain are taking actions in creating a registry, as the forest sector has one. This is not in place already, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you should wait for that. You could go for any carbon scheme that is already available, or even start this documentation process that it can suddenly also match with the timing that the administration needs for the registry.
Thank you. I have also a question on the baseline. So I was thinking, what is the normal practices? For instance, if in one region we have farmers that are running like conventional farming with tillage, no organic management, nothing, and another neighbor with organic farming or other advanced farming for carbon sequestration. If the baseline of the normal practice is this organic farming, it's not fair, because this farmer has done during years work to be at a level that he will not keep a lot of carbon as compared to the other. Maybe the baseline should be the worst, or the normal worst practices for carbon sequestration, to be fair and to taking into account all the efforts the other has done before.
I will answer this based on my understanding of the most used carbon schemes. So there are two things here that we should look first. One thing is that we should understand what is common practice. So the known carbon schemes, they normally said that what is common is what is more than 20%. So like if you, the regenerative farming or this very good carbon stocks accumulation are more than 20% of your land, they should be included as a common practice. Otherwise, it is not common, and that means that the project boundary will define what is common and what is not, depending on the carbon scheme. So that's the way you differentiate apples from pears in this sense. And then going back to this, where we set the baseline, right? We should use the baseline as a reference point for where how the project will how this territory will keep in the future if we don't make any intervention. So in the case of a heavily tillage system, as you explained, there is a projection for that. For the common practice of organic amendments and regenerative practice, there is a baseline for that too. But if you put in the same territory, then the what you should see, and this is something that European Commission is trying to target. I'm honestly don't know exactly how it's gonna work, and there is a lot to talk about that. But going through the carbon schemes that are used today, what the market is expecting is that you are removing carbon, that otherwise, if there is no money in the market for you, you are not going to remove, which create a problem for the early adopters, because the early adopters removed it already through different incentives. That could be the ecological organic certification, that could have been for their own principles of management, or even, as you said, like that someone that understands cover crop can gain an increase in water retention and is important for their yield. But if it's not a common practice, there is a mechanism now that is deploying capital for you to do so, because there is a quantification approach that will give a figure that now has a monetary value. So I don't know if I could answer it well. It is still under debate, especially in the EU, of how this baseline will be done. As Julius said yesterday, European Commission has the intention to set the European baseline. So it's a standard baseline that everybody should agree on, and put your project inside of that. If it's good or not, that I don't know how to answer it right now, but there is this idea. And even if you allow me to go for that, the standardized baseline means that, at least from my understanding, that if you are up, then you can receive this payment for the early adoption. That's what the European Commission is trying to do. And there is this downside, is that if you are very down in the baseline, probably means that you're only be able to get money when you are up. So it means that you need to go all this way to here without any incentive to then only get money when you pass the baseline. So there is a lot of things to be debated on the standardized baseline. There is, as I said, a conversation on quantification additionality at the end of November in the groups that I'm taking part. But now that's what I can answer.
Hello, and thank you for your interesting talks. All three talks have a lot of information to discuss. I think most of us are more familiar with the agricultural part and less familiar with the accounting part. And so I would like to suggest that we discuss two scenarios so that we all get, wiser in this part. So I have a field with nothing. So I'm thinking to starting an agricultural activity, and I'm thinking about growing lettuce or olive trees. So I asked a consultant if I start a carbon project, what would be the scenario in these two cases? Lettuce that maybe stores minimal or no carbon, or to grow olive trees that would store carbon. Would that makes sense that choosing a crop makes a difference in the carbon that's stored in the trees?
As far as I understand, like in this case, for example, I was trying to not mention the carbon schemes, but I guess it's important. Like for example, Vera, that is one of the most used. They just recently did a editation of their methodology for agricultural land that allow land use changes. So in your example, now it's okay for using this methodology that is known for the quantification of the above ground biomass in the project, as far as I understand. If you are based in France, there is a longer running methodology, longer running since I guess 3 years, but a methodology that it's pretty much, I would say, maybe I'm wrong, but like tier 1 quantification, because there is a standard factor that you can apply for the years that your tree are growing, and you already have the number of tons of carbon very similar to the forest sector, and in a case of like a perennial like that. So there are schemes, and as I said before, like that's just matter of having a common language that the market agree that the effort that is being taken in removing carbon is acceptable for the market. So I'm not here to defend any parts, as I'm just trying to bring what I understand and what I see in the discussion about additionality. And just for putting an example, the European Commission is reviewing the most known and acceptable methodology in the world, and less than 30% are accounting for above ground biomass. And in the sense, like now that it's approaching the scoping paper and the strawman proposal for quantification, they are trying, and this is one of the topics of the conversation at the end of November, how agroforestry or wood perennials will be included in the biomass. So for the EU certification is still unclear, and there is a rush which might be detrimental for the quality of quantification, but is super important for the climate crisis, that we agree already on the quantification so projects can start to run, as the answer about like when farmers should start. They should start now, because there is a need for that.
So to be more specific, what I mean is that the business as usual in an empty land is not that you grow trees in any case. So let's compare the olive groves in terms of carbon storage efficiency, but you can grow anything. So if you grow olive trees or lettuce, then the baseline could be any agricultural activity, or even no agricultural activity, a bare land that sits there. I don't need it and I leave it there. Does it store carbon? X amount. If I grow lettuce, does it store carbon? Y amount. If I grow olive trees, does it store carbon? So if the strategy of the European Union is to absorb carbon in the most efficient way and to reach the target that it has set, so all the weapons must be on the table, and let's see what is more efficient that will help us go in 30 years to reach our goal. I think there is so much land in agriculture that can be directed towards perennial crops, towards vegetables, towards abandonment. If we direct this land towards the most efficient agricultural activity, then we will reach our aim more efficiently and faster. This is my opinion. So it will not be, let's compare the horses who runs faster, but let's compare all the animals who runs faster and use this to go to my destination. I don't know if this makes sense.
No, I think it makes sense, and what comes to my mind, and this is my personal opinion, is that one of the four quality criteria is the sustainability, no? And sustainability is quite vague, because I mean there is this do no harm principle, but I guess there is this conversation about food security in a general sense, and I'm not here to say that I'm in any point against what I said. I think it's pretty important for us to understand which agricultural systems can deliver food and health at the same time there are mitigating climate change. So there is no point on that. We just need to understand, and I use the example, for example, the forestry sector. Then in Portugal, for example, the land that you can use for growing eucalypt, that is by far the tree that captures most, is concise because it's also in a sense of biodiversity and how can we split the land to not being a monocrop. So that's my personal opinion that there is also this aspect that is inside the quality and sustainability of how can we guarantee that these incentives are not having any detrimental ending. But I don't think that necessarily it will be a detrimental ending. It's just to set up that this is also in place right now.
The very short second aspect is that we saw it in your presentation and yesterday the three pillars of the European strategy: carbon capture through machinery, carbon farming, and then permanent capture through construction or furniture or something like that. I was wondering if we could connect these pillars. For example, permanent the construction, the third pillar, means that if you use wood to build a house, then you have permanent carbon storage. So this is good, or for furniture. But olive trees do the same job. And maybe a wooden house or a furniture can live for 20 years or 30 years or 50 years, and an olive tree can live for 1,000 years. So maybe we would suggest that we take advantage of both pillars for the olive tree carbon farming, because this is indeed the most long-lasting carbon storage we could describe. So let's widen our perspective and see that why a wooden house is a more efficient carbon storage practice than a tree that stays there for centuries. Which not one against the other, but it's to say that the olive trees do the same job even better.
And I think it's an important perspective, especially because some of the schemes, they only reward the tree until the year 20. After that, they consider that the capacity of capturing and storing CO2 decrease in a point that it's not accountable anymore. And having this perspective of like a century olive grove, in a sense that this can be a mechanism for carbon storage in product, also is a matching of methodologies. But this is, we are talking here, I don't have any idea of how the carbon product mechanisms are being done right now, but it's an interesting point of view for sure.
We will have, after coffee break, we'll have some more presentations there go in the line of these discussions that we are having here. So I would just pass the floor to the last person the person that asked for it. Do you still want to talk? No, it's fine, but you can talk. We make the coffee break after. Okay, so let's but Álvaro, bueno, es que luego tenemos media hora para discusión. We have half an hour afterwards for discussion, if you don't mind. Okay, we make also the interpreters that need a break. So okay, afterwards. Thank you so much. We'll come back 11:30 or 11:35. Okay, thank you so much. I apologize for the delay for the ones that are online. We're just waiting for. So, hello again. We're back. So now this discussion will be around projects that are already active in the assessment of carbon removals. We will have with us today Francesco Musardo from Italy, that is online, José Luis Vaca, that is here on my left, Ivan Martinez, and the first woman to talk besides me, that I never, Maria Jose Amores also. So, Francesco Musardo is the CEO and founder of Alderami, an Italian startup that has developed the first carbon farming project in Italy with a special focus on the olive growing sector. I will go slower because my dear friends interpreters already told me that I talk too fast, which I do. So I will try to go slower now. Francesco has a long experience in finance and business. He holds a business degree and Master of Science at University of London and an international degree in trust management. He was almost 10 years working in international finance and wealth management before returning to his homeland in Puglia in 2020. He has worked with olive farmers affected by Xylella, and in 2021, together with a team of farming and IT professionals, he founded Alderami. Alderami promotes sustainable farming practices in the context of olive groves, but also other woody, perennials, and seasonal crops. Francesco is totally passionate on sustainability and innovation and believes that carbon farming is a key solution to the climate crisis and low profitability in farming. He is committed to helping olive farmers and other agriculture producers transition to more sustainable practices. Finally, I didn't speak that slow, but I do my best. Francesco, I hope you're with us online.
Yes, I am. Good morning. Good morning, all. Thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me?
Okay, let's see. We'll try to unmute you, okay?
Yes.
Unmute you.
Can you all hear me?
Can you try to turn it on again, your micro, please, Francesco?
Yes, it's all
Let's
on.
see if it can.
Yeah, my microphone is on.
Okay, so it says, just a second. I'm sure my colleagues will do their best.
Can you hear me now?
Not yet, okay?
Okay.
At least we see you.
Okay, good.
We'll soon have sound, we hope. Okay, if you want to talk a little bit more.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, you're on. Okay,
Good.
go ahead, Francisco. Welcome.
I'll share my screen. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yeah, we do. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much again for the invitation. It's a real honor and pleasure to present you our project. Our startup is Alberami, which is a climate tech startup founded in Puglia in Italy, April 2021. We promote natural solutions to increase the absorption of CO2 from the atmosphere through ecosystem regeneration, agroforestry, and the promotion of eco-friendly farming practices. This is our story. So basically, as you know, in Puglia, we have this huge problem with Xylella. So the idea was born in 2020, the initial idea, after years of environmental decline and ecosystem decline. We felt that there could be something that could be done to assist the olive growers of our homeland who have been affected by Xylella for the past almost 10 years. By now, tens of thousands of hectares of olive trees have been affected by this disease, causing not only an economic crisis, but also devastating environmental impact in the region. The original idea was to—
Francesco, could you please try to speak a little bit slower? I can't, but if you could, it would be wonderful.
Apologies, yes. The original idea was to create a platform that facilitated the digital adoption of these sick trees with the aim of sponsoring their care. But as we began working on the proposed solution, we were faced with two harsh realities. There was no recognized cure. Well, there still isn't officially. So eradication was the only approved approach. Eradication was drastic. I mean, it was related to the tree affected by the disease, but also to all of the trees that were surrounding that particular tree in the space of 100 meters. So, I mean, the picture on the right-hand side, on my right-hand side, shows healthy trees being knocked down because close to a tree that was affected by Xylella. And the second factor that was obvious to us when we started looking into this is that, yes, Xylella was a contributing factor, but behind the spread of Xylella, there were many other factors, such as poor soil health condition. Studies indicated that soils in the olive groves affected by Xylella had significantly lower levels of soil organic carbon, microbial biomass, and enzymatic activity in the healthy soil. Untimely and drastic pruning events in an effort to cut costs and maximize profits. Trees will get pruned heavily every 5 to 6 years rather than the more accepted terms of every couple of years. There was an excessive use of herbicides in the area. I mean, there was a study published in the Environmental Pollution in 2020 that showed that level of the most commonly used herbicide in the world were 7 times higher in soil samples from Salento than in soil samples from other parts of Italy. 7 times, that's huge. And a combination of excessive tilling and dry weather conditions contributing to continuous soil erosion or soil degradation. So we thought that a new approach was required. So how could we finance ecosystem regeneration and the widespread of sustainable farming practices if it wasn't through this original idea of adoption. So regenerative agriculture, which is now the new name, I know it's been sort of hotly contested as the name that's hijacked the industry, but regenerative agriculture or sustainable agriculture, like it used to be called, could be a verified means to sequester carbon, enhance biodiversity, and foster soil health. And the carbon credits at the base of promoting this new way of agriculture could be the instrument that could be awarded, to farmers for adopting eco-friendly and more sustainable farming practices. This would obviously help both on a social, economic, and productivity standpoint, and it could help in preventing the abandonment of critical ecosystems such as these ancient traditional olive groves. So this is what we came up as a solution, as the ideal solution. We thought that this solution had it could address three main problems. Low profitability in agriculture, which kind of was behind the adoption of these, aggressive farming practices. Pass me the term aggressive, but maybe wrong practices or accelerated farming practices. Climate change, obviously, and land degradation and biodiversity loss. There was only one problem. How do you develop a project that encompasses elements of sustainable agriculture, agroforestry, and ecosystem regeneration? At the time, we thought it would be simple. You develop one from scratch, but as we all know, it wasn't an easy task. So it wasn't a simple thing to do. So what we did is we delved deep into literature, into what was available at the time, talking 3 years ago. And so we said, okay, well, let's approach some GHG standard and see whether there is any appetite for such a type of project. So we divided sort of these 4 steps. The one is the selection of the GHG standard. In our case, we chose international carbon registry, which was the sort of the most flexible in what we wanted to do. We then developed a concept note and we received the approval from ICR, International Carbon Registry being the ICR. We then went on to develop a farming protocol, an actual farming protocol, a methodology, an MRV strategy, and finally the PDD, which was just completed recently. The PDD was completed probably a month ago, handed over to the VVB, which in our case is Carbon Check, is one of the main VVBs, validation and verification bodies. And the whole process, going from knowing absolutely nothing about how to develop a project to handing in our PDD to the validators, lasted approximately 2 years. So the result, is this. It's called Project Agroecology Italy. It's focused on the Italian market at present, but we plan on expanding it. So it offers a new approach to agriculture called carbon farming, which we all know and love now, to optimize carbon capture on agricultural land through well-known practices to improve the speed at which CO2 is sequestered from the atmosphere and stored in biomass and soil organic carbon, soil organic matter. And through the creation of new biodiverse agroforestry system. The result is the creation of our agroecology credits, which stand to be verified and registered agricultural credits, carbon credits, first of their kind in Italy, which support farmers in the transition towards more sustainable farming practices. And again, through the creation of new biodiverse agroforestry systems. This is the process that farmers have to sort of go through, and we assist them in going through. So Albermi supports the farmer in transitioning to a more sustainable style of agriculture through the creation of new biodiverse plantations, in the case of Xylella affected plantations. thereby improving the health of their soil and sequestering more CO2. Apologies. Farmers are required to choose a minimum of 3 new practices. Among those practices, you can also find the creation of new plantations. So farmers have to choose 3 new practices out of a global protocol of 13 practices to take part in the project. This is the prerequisite. So you either have a minimum of 3 new practices to be adopted, or unfortunately, you cannot become part of the project. We will go into this a bit later. Algorithmic then collects soil samples and remotely sends data prior and post the application of the new practices. We process it obviously securely for sequestration quantification. We coordinate the verification and the issuance of carbon credits by the registry, and then crystallize all of the key information related to, project credit generation and credit usage eventually onto a layer 1 blockchain, ensuring that all credits are traced and verifiable. And then we negotiate directly and also soon indirectly through third-party platforms with companies to monetize the carbon credits, and then deliver up to 75% of the proceeds directly to the farmer. This is a process that's repeated every year. So the monitoring aspect is repeated every year. The actual verification is repeated on a 5-yearly basis. However, internally, we sort of measure every year and issue the credits according to the ex-ante estimation. And the farmer is required to join the program for a minimum of 15 years. I mean, each crediting period is 15 years, and it can be renewed up to 2 times. So the whole project can last up to 45 years. This is in accordance with the standard that we chose. This is basically, obviously, one of the main aspects that's being sort of not contested, but being questioned by existing farmers who were, apologies, just 1 second. Which is the key additionality factor. When we talk about agronomic practices that generate carbon credits, we are not referring about the practices that the farmer already applies, but rather new practices that will begin under the project guidance. So, as we said earlier, the farmer is required to adopt at least 3 new practices from scratch. Obviously, there is a large volume of practices, I mean, all well-known practices from our protocol. They are not all to be applied. You need to apply a minimum of 3. And you can choose the practices according to the machinery you have, how big is your plot, the conditions of your soil, obviously, if there is any inclination in your crops. If you live on a hill, obviously, you will apply some practices. If you live on a flat land, you will apply different practices. So they're very case specific, as some of my colleagues were saying before. They're very case specific, and so having 13 practices helps the farmer in choosing the 3 that are more suitable to their specific case. So it is a grouped project. So, again, it allows the joining of many smaller farmers in the same project, and you can treat all individual farmers as sub-project of the main project, and obviously all monitoring periods and all aspect of each individual farmer will be looked at individually, not as a one project. Again, the additionality factor is important because the creation of this and sale of verified carbon credits on the voluntary carbon market has to respect this key additionality factor. It will not be considered additional to generate carbon credits for a practice that's already been applied. as it cannot be used for mitigating third-party emissions. So these are currently our two offerings. So we offer two types of credits. I mean, they're all part of the same project, but we divided into two. Method-based carbon removals. Those are the credits that are being generated on an ex post basis by the adoption of our farming practices. So this is exactly what we discussed now, or just previously. And the regeneration-based carbon removals, which are generated on an ex-ante basis, which go in favor of restoring abandoned or degraded land, such in the case as Xylella-affected olive orchards. So in that case, a company or a third party would be interested in sponsoring the regeneration of an entire area. We would estimate the ex-ante credits, and they will pay the entire regeneration area, and then they will mature the credits, throughout, for example, 15 to 30-year period. So every year they will get, the company will get a portion of the credits that they've purchased. It's like an investment in nature, paid instead of interest, you pay it in carbon credits. What does the typical Alberami regeneration project look like? Again, we have the standard case in Puglia at the moment is the conversion of abandoned olive orchards affected by Xylella fastidiosa to new productive olive orchards. In Puglia specifically, we are now required to plant two varieties, Lecchino and Favolosa, which are the two so-called resistant species. They can be grown in a regenerative style of agriculture, so you can adopt all of the practices that we adopt on all of our orchards. The second case, it's just a conversion of conventionally run olive orchards to a more regenerative style, so adopting the practices. And the third one will be the conversion of barren land or seasonal low-yield monocrops to more biodiverse agroforestry systems, where we integrate also the use of live farm animals.
Francesco, 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, I'm nearly there. So this is the project in numbers at the moment. We have 3,500 hectares registered. We've generated an estimated 20,000 credits so far. In the pipeline, we have another 5,000 farmers ready to join as soon as we receive the validation, which is due to be received in the next couple of weeks. 300 farmers are following our practices at the moment, and then we have 2,000 hectares of regeneration projects planned for Sicily and Puglia in 2024. This is one of our farmers, the first farmer to join the program. Has 12 hectares in Ecchia, which is a city near us. The impact on their land has been quite profound. I mean, on 12 hectares, they've generated over the course of 2 years approximately an average of 500 euros in terms of carbon credits per hectare. So approximately 12,000 euros for the last couple of years. It's an estimate, but it will be converted into money soon. This is what we hope to generate, what we hope to do over the next few years. We hope to get to 200,000 hectares, 20,000 hectares of degraded or abandoned land to be replanted, and generate a realistic 1 million tons of CO2 by 2030. Going internationally, we are already planning to go international over the next few years. We plan on expanding the project over 1 million hectares with 100,000 of hectares of degraded or abandoned land to be regenerated. An estimated 5 million credits to be generated over the next by 2030. This is what we're planning on doing here in Stuni, where our main health, apologies, sustainability and innovation hub is. We're planning on developing some kind of innovation hub where we have, planting for all of our projects, sustainability headquarter, educational center, research and development center, and regeneration nursery, which is to provide all of the plans for all of our projects. The project obviously meets several of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 7 to be precise. As with most projects, nature-based, they are very high, they score very high on the SDGs. And this is the team that's looking after the project at the moment. We are in expansion phase. We are currently fundraising and we'll be expanding the team by another 10 members over the next 12 months. Thank you very much for your attention and again for your invitation. And I hope you have some questions for later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Francesco. It's our Verami approach is really interesting. It's clearly what we are focusing here. It's clearly one of the things where what we want to achieve at the end of this meeting is to have a similar model or try to harmonize the ones that already exist. Thank you so much. I don't know, Juan Antonio, will you be online still, Francesco?
Yes, I will be here, yes.
Anyone would, because maybe we could, he's online. Anyone has a question for Francesco that he can answer now, or Paul? Francesco?
Yes.
One of the participants will make you a question, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Francesco. Thank you for the presentation. That was very interesting. Just to go back a little bit into the details of additionality, you say that farmers can join up to 3, or they need to join to 3 new practices. And how do you go about quantifying the actual credits that they receive? You have like a value for each practice, and then you sum up. Can you actually sum up directly the impact of each of these practices? So how does it work? How do you go about quantifying the, or maybe in a different way, how do you go about quantifying the emissions and the sequestration in the baseline scenario? Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me? Am I?
Yes, Francesco, we hear you.
So yes, we have values for each individual practice. So in let's say in a selection phase, in a pre-selection phase, we will estimate how many carbon credits the farmer will stand to generate by adopting those practices. But then on a yearly basis, obviously, we will quantify exactly the carbon sequestered in the soil and in the biomass, obviously, by using a combination of soil sampling and remote sensing data. So there is an estimation phase at the beginning, and then there is an actual quantification at the end. And the credit is emitted only based on the actual quantification. So the farmer, for example, the farmer might say, I'm adopting all 13 of your practices. We could say, wow, you're amazing. You stand to generate, I don't know, 20 credits per hectare. But then effectively the farmer will go and apply maybe one practice. So the credit would essentially be only for the portion that's been verified, quantified and verified. I hope that answers your question. In terms of the baseline, there are obviously several assumptions that are made. ISO 1464 describes the method by which you make the assumptions. So the standard that we've chosen and the methodologies that we use as a reference, we use some Vera methodologies, some CDM methodology, and an Italian methodology for making certain assumptions. The assumption, as one of the other members was saying before, is that if a practice has not been applied or is not widely applied by at least 20% of the farmers, it is assumed not to be a BAU, so business as usual, and thus is considered any practice in that sense is considered additional.
Anyone else would like to ask something to Francesco? Now that we have him online. Paulo, you feel you're answered? Anyone else? Okay, so thank you so much, Francesco, for being with us. If you wanted to keep on with us, it will be a pleasure to have you there, okay? Now, our next speaker is José Luis Vaca. José Luis is Director of Sustainability, Biodiversity and Carbon at Balam Agriculture. He's a forestry engineer from the University of Córdoba. University of Córdoba, today he is really strong, right? I don't know why, Juan Antonio. I'm joking. It's clearly one of the universities more well-known in the world in this sector. So he's a forestry engineer from the University of Córdoba and MBA from the International University of La Rioja. He started as a chainsaw operator and forest firefighter, passing through foreman and site foreman. Subsequently, he has worked in innovation and development for the forestry sector in Latin America, Africa, and Europe, moving increasingly closer to the rural sector in Spain and carrying out specialized consultancy in sustainability and rural innovation from his own company, Rural Bridge. At Balam, he manages two innovative service lines, biodiversity and ESG strategies in high-value farms, and the development of the Cultiva Carbono program as the first Iberian platform specializing in carbon credits for woody crops. Dear José Luis, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much from all the visitors and the International Council. I was thinking this morning about the presentation because I was listening today the workshop, and I think that the vision will be another because the discussion was very interesting. Speaking, Julio, about the different steps that the European Commission is running about the carbon market in the future, but we need to think that the markets are more fast than the regulation in the European Union. And we need to stay nearly the market and the farmers' demand. In other step, Roberto, José Alfonso, and Paulo was speaking about the quantification and the different practices in the additionality. And I think that was Paulo that speak about the storytelling that we need to tell when we use the baseline or the additionality. I understand a lot of things that we are doing and the different standards and the project development and doing with this word. I know this word in another context, but it's very interesting the application in the actual context of the carbon markets and the carbon opportunities, because it's not only carbon market opportunities to put carbon credits. We have highest goals about decrease of carbon footprint, and this way is parallel from the carbon credit markets. So we need to stay or to be prepared to take action. Luca and Gregorius about climate change risks and the modelization. It's very interesting, the vision about the modelization and the future scenarios provided by the science. We need a strong contact, and our company believe in that, the strong contact within the universities and the public and private collaboration. We have a strong collaboration in all our steps in the value chains with the University of Córdoba. It's a key in this development from the agricultural sector. So much notes, but I think that we can speak about these different things in the past conversation. So Balam Agriculture, we are a company that are referenced in 6 crops, principally in almond tree and olive grove. we manage, planned and advised more than 115 hectares. We have 20 hectares in integrated production, more than 14 technicians, 4 headquarters in Spain and Portugal. The Rural Innovation Hub concepts in Spain for us is innovation, an innovation place to put in contact all the sector, and a strong genetic improvement project in collaboration with the University of Cordoba, recently with the put in the market a new variety, Sultana, like one of the most productively and one of the best future olive oils that will be in the market. And we have a lot of size with more than 20 million management of I+D projects. With this perspective about our company, our objective is to obtain more profitability agriculture from the farmer. And the farmer is our target and our client, and all the development that we do is from the client to the market. So with this vision, we develop Cultiva Carbono, like a carbon credit generation program from woody crops, specialized in woody crops, will be in the future for other crops. But actually, we detect a necessity in the market about absorption credits. And these absorption credits, it's only available actually, principally in the woody crops. I'm going to take a global vision about our project and about the market demands, okay? Because we need to work with the market demands and the farmer necessities to put a strong program in this place. So the project have different conditions. This is the small letter that need to understand, and we tell to the farmers when we do the meeting with them. We need a guarantee fund. We need a dynamic baseline. This baseline, it's depend of the storytelling. It's depend in the future about the regulation of the European Commission and of course the Spain Ministry. We use 4 scope to do the calculation. 3 scope in the carbon footprint and the biogenic absorption, because we believe that the biogenic absorption and the biogenic sequestration is one of the biggest and the stronger ways that the woody crops have to participate in the market. We quantify the biodiversity benefits and doing a monitoring and guarantee the permanence of the project of the absorption and the CO2 reductions for at least 10 years, doing soil samples, remote sensing, and annual accounting. It's very important to stay closer by the farmer, with the farmer, and do a correct advisory in the additionality practice that they need to improve in the farm to guarantee the success of this program. The additionality, I will speak later about this. How we work? We have a general process. We take the baseline, we do the calculation about the input and output of the carbon inside all the farm process. We improve our baseline and we generate the carbon credit. We do the audit and we sell in the market the different credits that we have available about the program, about the project. And like I tell, we need, and our principal value, like in our company service, is a specialist advisor. We need an advisor with each client, with each farmer, because this is not easy for the farmer. The farmer need to understand a lot of things in the legal and the compliance that they need to wear during the next 10 years, because it's not easy for a farmer, bigger or smaller, to understand that they need 10 years with the same practice and the carbon storage to sell credits. And we need to tell about what is the practice and doing this advisor closely to have the success in the adoption of practice. We can give an information tool, a cloud tool on internet to put the data only and doing a remote sensing advisor. Okay, this is not easy for the farmer to understand, and the verification is not too strong, like if we have an advisor in the field taking data, doing this data with the farmer and doing the implication directly from the farmer. So yeah, at the technology level, we are using the latest available in the market. We are working together with Trinity Architects, an international company that have a robust accountability system to the natural capital, include the carbon footprint and carbon balance in the farm. So the methodology that they are using is based in the latest IPCC panel, according with the ISO and GSG protocol verification, using equations and different models development by Python, by different systems that are more advanced than only a simple factor to doing a multiplication. And this calculation conducted an advisor by a scientific and technological panel. And the project registry, of course, is public, and they are using blockchain technology, so we can doing the traceability from the farm to the market of this credit, this practice, and all the things that are be done in the field to obtain the carbon credits. Of course, in line with the future proposal, we are scouting all the publication. We try to stay in all the focus group and all the meetings that have information about that, using the different criteria of quality that are publishing by all the establishments, the Integrity Council, for example, or the quality criteria proposed by the European Commission. In line with this 4 standardized proposal for quality items, at quantification level, we take the GHG sources, skin reservoirs, and sources. We accurately identify these 3 parts, doing a quantification through the process-based modeling, and take the data sources from the operation management, analytic, and sensor data available in the farm. So we don't need to apply new techniques or tools inside the farm. The farmers have a lot of information, very useful to do the calculation and to permit the monitoring during the next year. So using this information, easily access to the farmer and to the advisor, we can do a strong verification, and using some data additionality like remote sensing or soil analytics to do a strong program and project. Additionality level, we have a lot of practice. The standard that we are using is like you will see, they have a lot of practice that we can apply. So the farmers need to choose different practice, adapt with the advisor of the technician, adapt to the soil, adapt to the climate, adapt to the farm's woody crops. Not is the same olive chart in Andalusia than in Castilla-León or in Italy or in France. They have different soil conditions. So the practice that we can put in order in the project may be different and must to be different to have the success. We need the long-term storage. In this case, we have a robust legal framework we have developed during 6 months and strong contract to stay closer and have the confidence of the farmer. And in the hand of the Trinity standard, we have a strong legal framework to operate in the market. And for that, we use 10-year extendable as a period verification and monitoring of the project. We can stand if the farmers is according to this practice and the project, we can stand in the time that we need. So at least 10 years is the minimum time that need to develop the project. This is one of the most important things that we find when we speak with the farmer. 10 years is a lot of time. When we find a super intensive olive orchard that are nearly to the maximum production time, maybe that we need to remove and put another. So if you are going to remove, you are going to put outside the absorption in the atmosphere. So can we do it with this scenario? We need to adapt, and we need to give each farmer a scenario and a planification with his different farms about what you can do in each farm. And it's a farm. It's not according with this 10-year available period, you can participate. Okay, and this is a thing that we need to take into account. And if the time in the future proposal is more than 10 years, we need to speak about how to implement in the farms these conditions. About sustainability, they are proved. Yesterday, we was speaking a lot about this. So with this practice that we implement in the farm, we can be measures the impact, the future impact and the actual impact about sustainability, and demonstrate that directly or indirectly are doing a better practice to implement this management about sustainability and biodiversity. The standard, like I tell you, we are working with Trinity Natural Capital Markets. Is a standard that are working in 12 different countries. They have a robust legal model, and they have been independently benchmarked against reputable standard and registries, achieving equal or better results in all categories. So we are speaking with one of the best positioning standard in the market. They have the agility to offer to the sector a good standard in short times, because, for example, we try to speak with another reputable standard, and the times to develop a project only to have the first certification will be approximately 2 to 3 years and or more. And
Jose,
we are
you have
develop
5 minutes.
Okay, we are develop a project to 8 to 1 years, approximately 8 months to 1 year. We are doing the verification and the compliance of the project and the calculation of the verification of the calculation with European Quality Assurance, one of the highest projection in the market about verification. And of course, this is one of the slides that I showed the farmers and the different cooperatives and in the different forum that we speak about that. The carbon credits need to have a certificate. If finally you haven't a certificate about the practice that you have and the credit that you have put in the market, you have nothing. You need to know what is the different term that you have in the contract. And finally, you need to have the property of the credit. With this property, you can participate in the market. If you haven't the credit, anyone else will be sell the credit by your name, and is one of the things that is more important in the traceability of the credit. And of course, we need to stay thinking about the market. The market have a demand, actually. We can wait to the different regulations from the European Commission, from the ministry in Spain or different countries. But the reality is that the market is demand as this carbon credit, and the farmers want to participate in this market. So we need to give both part the highest guarantees about the project development, about the sequestration calculation, stay in line with the science, stay closer with the science and the different organisms that participate in this market or in this agricultural chain, but don't lost the vision of the market. We are operating with 4 of the highest marketplace to sell the carbon credits, and we are develop one-to-one selling with different companies that international. They need this carbon credit to the consumption of each own emissions, and companies that want to buy like investor fund, they want to invest in carbon credit. New opportunities. For me, it's very important to show you these opportunities because we are in the focus of carbon credits, but the carbon measurement in the farms and in the different part of the value chain is very important. We are speaking about a key indicator in the climate change impact. So we need to report what is our impact, like farmer, like industry in the climate change, and this is one of the important key indicators. So we can verify the offset calculation and different insetting emissions. One of the most important things in the next year, I think, the insetting inside the value chain. We can create new products oriented to carbon neutral or new sustainability labeling that use in our product to choose new market with highest value to our olive oil. And a small vision about our recent project in this area. El Valenciano is our experimental farm, and we have from January this project in the market, selling credits at a good price, more than the middle of the euros that may be paid in forestry project, with a medium size number of credits put in the market. They have different additionality. When we speak about this additionality, they need to be over the legality or the CAP requirement. Okay, for example, if we are speaking about cover crops, not only spontaneous cover crop, it's possible. We need a planted cover crop with a minimum density of crop in the soil and a minimum density for over the CAP requirement. Okay, for example. This is our second project that we are finishing in the next 2 months. It's a big farm in the north of Jaén with traditional olive grove with high level of carbon credits and different practice like additionality. And we are not now different projects and a pilot to try to find a model to small farmers. When I speak about small farmers, is small than 10 hectares, because at now this is profitability from farms higher than 100 hectares. Okay, in our case, the promoter of the project is the farmer, not an investor in the market. So create a model when the farmer have all the parts implicated in the project in her hands, it's very important for us. We don't have to stay with different participations of funding an investor, because can create false demand in the market. And for us, it's very important that the farmer do the best to develop the project. And in this case, we are creating a pilot project in Jaén with us, one of the biggest cooperative, to stabilize the program methodology to scope this small farmer less than 10 hectares. This is all. If you have any question, I will be enchanted to ask.
Thank you so much, Jose Luis. Thank you so much for introducing the Balan project on Cultiva Carbono. We'll have time for discussion. I will further ask you a little bit more on your dynamic baseline on how you, when you talked about it. And I think all of us are interested to see how, for example, in your hedgerow or in your traditional orchards that already have, I would say they already have the best possible practices, how you introduce the additionality concept. But anyhow, we'll have time for discussion. We'll go there afterwards. Maria Jose Amores, what a pleasure to pass you the floor. Maria Jose is a PhD in environmental and process chemical engineering. She's a ESG senior consultant at DNV. She is an expert in sustainability and circular economy with more than 13 years of experience, specifically in the knowledge, application, and verification of these metrics such as carbon footprint, water footprint, life cycle analysis, circular economy, sustainable finance, and reporting systems and supply chain verifications. Maria Jose, you have the floor. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this nice presentation, and thank you for the International Olive Council for the invitation to be here. Probably I'm the only no agronomist in this room. I'm chemical engineering, but I'm expert in the carbon footprint methodologies and so on about sustainability. So, okay. This is my brief agenda about my talk today. Firstly, I would like to start with DNV presentation for everyone that know the entity of certification, DNV. Then just an introduction about the context of our talk here today to mention some challenges that we have considered here for the carbon removal methods in this session, and then the importance of the trust in the assessment. Finally, some conclusions. Okay. So regarding DNV, is an independent assurance and risk management company. It's globally, we have present from in 100 countries, more or less. We are close to 12,000 employees, and with 160 years of experience in sustainability, and also different divisions, like, for example, ship and offshore classification advisory, also regarding the energy advisory certification, verification, and independent in monitoring, and of course in the management of system certification in sustainability, supply chain, and product assurance. And besides of all these areas of expertise, we have experience also in software platforms and digital solutions. From our purpose, since 150 years ago, our purpose for being the reason of DNV is to safeguard the life, the property, and the environment. And our vision and our intention in the world is trust voice to tell global transformations. So we consider here some key elements that are from the values of DNV that is aligned with the carbon removal schemes. The first one is the trust. we growing need to build confidence in communicate trust in the operation with our customers, business to business, business to consumers. So we consider that carbon removals methods will be aligned with and confirm the trust. Then the assurance, there are existing new forms of assurance that are essential. So we consider that the carbon removal methods need to be aligned with the assurance procedures or schemes. Sustainability, of course, the carbon removal schemes provide probably some sustainability neutral impact and align with the Sustainable Development Goals. Will be interesting to be aligned with the carbon removal methods and also the digitalization. So as mentioned, the previous presentation, the digitalization is also a part of important in the carbon sequestration farms. So regarding some business innovation areas that we provide trust, we are aligned with the business needs, that the evaluation of the company's processes and also from agricultural sector. And then we provide some services mix, like for example, the assurance and the advisory services for agricultural sector. And finally, some technical solutions considering the blockchain as the main of the element. The main areas of expertise, I'm focused now in the climate change for the sustainability and ESG methods. It's important to have a strategy about the carbon removal schemes, also the reporting and assurance to be assured that all the schemes, the methodological, the quantification and reporting of the carbon footprint are aligned in these aspects. The value chains and the sustainable finance are all of the areas that are very connected with the carbon sequestration. And finally, of course, the climate change. So just an introduction to this talk about the topic of today. This is I have this figure from the sixth assessment report from the IPCC. This is related to the taxonomy for carbon removal. This is related to the carbon dioxide removal methods. There are different carbon dioxide. You can see the removal processes in gray shades, so probably you cannot see from the audience. But the idea is to have different methods, like for example, soil carbon sequestration, biochar, or BCCS. And the idea here is this distributed or split up in the connection of the carbon dioxide removal methods with the storage sequestration, and in the different timelines from decades, from centuries, and from thousands, with the different connection you have here in the below of the figure with different colors, and then the connection of, for example, the implementation processes, like for example, agroforestry, can be connected with different removal processes, like for example, soil carbon sequestration, biochar, and so on. So this is just an introduction to have a mind or figure of the taxonomy of carbon removal. Sorry. Okay, so some food for thoughts regarding from my talk for today. I am expert in ISO 14064 as an audit for carbon footprint, also from greenhouse gas protocol. But when we are applying these methodologies for the carbon sequestration and agriculture, we have some gaps about the methodology or the calculation processes to be established in the carbon sequestration removals. So from farming practices, the removal of CO2 emissions from the atmosphere contribute to the climate neutrality with the objectives of the European Union and also with the Agreement of Paris. But we need to be rewarded considering different considerations. For example, all carbon removal activities or initiatives, we talked about some questions. Are results in ambiguous net carbon removal benefits, are additional, are aimed to ensure long-term storage of carbon, have a neutral impact or co-benefit of sustainability objectives. So all of these questions could be explained now with some explanation about the regulation of the European Parliament and Council for establishing the Union certification program about the carbon removals. So some initiatives that are attending the carbon sequestration is the science-based target. This is focused on the carbon decarbonization of the processes and the sectors, but aligned with the net zero objectives. And also other food for thoughts that we want to talk today is the process for calculating the carbon removals. So it's credible, it's reliable, it provides some completed, consistent, and accurate comparable results. So this is some of the questions that we need to do through some challenge. So this challenge, the methods that about the calculation of carbon sequestration, carbon removal, sequestration, we need to be sure that the high quality of carbon removals, that the calculation need to be precise, consistent, and then well documented about the processes of the different phases for calculating. We need to avoid the greenwashing. This is related to the Green Claims Directive. You need to be transparent with the information about the carbon footprint and the carbon removal of the products. And finally, the reliability. So we are focused now in my next part of the presentation in the regulation of the European Parliament and Council about the Union or certification program establishing for the program of carbon removals. This is the name of quality criteria that mentioned Jose Luis before in his presentation. And this is related to quantification. I would like to mention some about the quantification. The quantification is the net carbon removal benefit is equal to, according to the regulation statement, to the carbon removal baseline, less the carbon removal total from the different activities, less the greenhouse gas emissions considering the direct and indirect. For farming activities, you need to follow the accountings lines that are published in the regulation from 2018, the 841 regulation. So they consider some criteria for the carbon regulation baseline and also the carbon regulation totals. So regarding the additionality, the carbon removal schemes needs to be additional, and also the operators or the group of operators should be assured that the long-term storage of carbon, and finally the sustainability. So the carbon removal methods probably provide a net zero or maybe a neutrality of the impact, but to be aligned with these objectives of sustainability, they need to be aligned with the 6 pillars from the European taxonomy. First, the mitigation of the climate change, adaptation to the climate change, circular economy, and also the prevention of the pollution, the good use of the resources of waters, and also the resources from the land. The first challenge of this regulation is the difficulty to assess and compare the quality of carbon removals. And there are 2 drivers about them. The first one is the certification of carbon removals is much less common than the emissions of the reduction. So probably we know how to calculate the emissions, but the carbon removals are less of or lack about methodology to have a clear standard to calculate for everybody. So for the reason, there are some different methodologies that are promoting to have a clear methodology pathway. And it involves in several methodological challenges. So the different certification schemes propose the different methodologies to quantify the different total of emissions and carbon removals, and it is in align with the environmental impacts, like for example, the biodiversity, the pollution, and the carbon removal activity. And the second drive for this first challenge is that the carbon removal activities are very heterogeneous in terms of the maturity and the cost effectiveness. And how the regulation promote a solution. So the idea is to implement the criteria of quality and developing these methodologies in close consultation with the different stakeholders. So the second challenge is that the trust on carbon removal certification, as I mentioned in my previous introduction, the trust is one of the key elements in the carbon sequestration. So the main drivers here is that there are many stakeholders that do not trust carbon removal certificates because these certificates are generated through the different criteria for probably non-transparent or unreliable certification processes with the certified activities. So this is the importance of the true climate and sustainability benefits. So the solution here for this second challenge that the regulation proposed, this is these certification schemes should in place with transparent and robust rules and procedures. So this is the key element to have a global standard about the calculation and then the certification of this one. And the carbon removals activities are not actually the delivered informed removals as planned, and the same activities need to be certified unless or to avoid twice of this one. The third challenge is the finance access barriers. And here the two drivers are that the first one is that this is a problem, this problem is driven, no? But the fact that there is wide variety of ways to use the carbon removal certificates, for example, from public funding, corporate sustainability reporting, eco-labels, voluntary carbon. So there are so many sources about this. And the second one is that this kind of diversity creates some transaction costs for this one to have their carbon removal activity certified, and there are some costs related to this one. So for the second and third challenge, the trust in the assessment is the solution probably. So the solution for that one that the regulation is proposing is the idea to harmonize the approach. And first, we need to have an scheme management, considering the different roles about the certification schemes. For example, considering that the procedure of the certification need to be reliable and transparent procedures, and also with different roles, internal management, complaints, and different stakeholders consultation, and different collaborations and different roles in all the processes of this pathway. And the second solution is probably the independent verification and the compliance with these carbon removals as a third party that have not take action in the previous processes, applying the quality criterion. Finally, the full disclosure, that this is the idea to transmit all the information very clear, very transparent about the certified carbon removals. So regarding the mention of the regulation regarding the certification processes, so first, we need to have the application with a comprehensive description about the carbon removal activities to be assessed. The second one is the risk analysis and preliminary review. This is according to the assessment of quality, as I mentioned, the four phases and pathways, quantification, additionality, long-term storage of carbon, and finally the sustainability aligned with the 6 pillars of the taxonomy European. And then the third phase is on-site audit regarding the verification of the information submitted to confirm the compliance in the carbon removal, and also to provide a certification of the report, and finally the certification. This is a certification scheme that you need to provide for following up about this carbon removals certification through different periodic certifications to reconfirm that the emissions that you have carbon removal are aligned with the first criteria. So just some conclusions to finish my presentation, some messages to take away. It is needed to have a certification methodologies development in consultation with different experts of stakeholders with different criteria and different roles. Then to harmonize the implementation of the certification framework of the quality criteria that was published in November of last year. To recognize this certification scheme, it's important that the European Union have a clear standard about them. Regarding the note a significant harm principle, so full respect about the biodiversity and zero pollution objectives. Regarding the monitoring, reporting, and verification, like this morning talk about the importance of these criteria to ensure the carbon removal actions to have a good positive impact. And finally, on-site monitoring is very important, and also reporting and assurance these activities are needed to complement. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, I'm here to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria Jose. Thank you for introducing so well the overall process that you have already so consolidated. I hope that, I don't know if you have already started to certify this in the olive sector, but a lot of petitions about the certificate, but we need to have clear information. Okay, so but it was great as an overall perspective on how to arrive to that. Thank you so much. Now I'll pass the floor to Ivan Martinez. Ivan is from the Ministry for the Ecological Transition of the Government of Spain. He will talk to us on the national policy views on the contribution from the olive sector towards climate goals. Ivan holds a MSc degree in forestry engineering from the University Politécnica de Madrid. His professional career has always been associated with the protection and improvement of terrestrial ecosystems. He's currently engaged in the fight against climate change by boosting the essential role of forests and agricultural land, both in mitigation and adaptation to climate change in the long term. He aims to increase carbon stocks, maximizing environmental and socio-economic benefits from land use, while enhancing ecosystem resilience in a scenario of increasing climate-induced disturbances. Ivan, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you.
And you have the floor.
Impressive research that you do looking in the internet for my biography, but thank you anyway. Yeah, so first, thank you for inviting us to this workshop. I'm representing the Spanish Office of Climate Change in the Ministry of Ecological Transition. We are a Directorate General that deals with the climate objectives, some policies and measures that we have to implement at national level. So I'm afraid that this presentation is going to be a bit different than the preceding ones that have been very interesting, by the way. Yeah, so to put you, this working, yeah. So a little bit into context, I think it's important to know about the context, not only go down into the numbers of quantifying CO2 removals and so on, but to know where we are from a policy perspective. This is a classic slide in which more or less represent the difficult road that we have ahead of us towards the climate neutrality goal that we have in 2050. We have that intermediate goal of minus 55% of greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1919. And yes, we see that it's going to be very difficult because some sectors, such as agriculture, indeed, are not going to be able to mitigate a lot in the future because they need to emit some greenhouse gas emissions in his natural way of working, let's say. So there are a lot of expectation of what we can get from removals, both natural removals and so-called technological solutions. That is the dash red part that it's below the graphic. So that is going to represent something important, maybe beginning in the next decade. So this is the context. This is another classic slide that I'm sure that most of you are familiar with. Tries to represent this double representation that agriculture have in the greenhouse gas inventories. On one hand, we have these known CO2 emissions that are covered. We have goals in the effort sharing regulation, or ECR. And then we have those simplifying CO2 emissions and removals that are covered under the LULUCF sector. That we have this additional problem that some of these removals or emissions are only partly human induced. So that makes things more complex because we have to separate what is human induced and what is not. So that brings us a lot of questions about uncertainties, additionality, permanence, and leakages of the carbon store that have been covered in the previous talks. So this is the most current report that we have on the where we stand now, both in the ECR regulation and in the LULUCF regulation. This is the EU total number. So we see in the left the effort sharing that we have to reduce a bit more the emissions that we have in all the sectors covered by effort sharing regulation, but we don't have sectoral targets. So it's up to the member state to decide how this number is going to be reached. So we see following slide, I think something about that. And then we have this LULUCF regulation that we have a new version of the regulation that have been modified, and it's in force since May of this year. And we have this incredible huge target of minus 310 million tons by 2030, which is very difficult to get, as you can see in that graphic, because we are very far right now, and we have to do we have to do everything that it's under our hands to get that goal. So this is what brings us to these voluntary carbon markets. With we have a lot of expectations on that. I mean the climate world, and also looking into the agriculture sector, because up to now LULUCF sector, well, 90%, almost 90% of the removals that are reported on LULUCF regulation comes from forestry side, but up to now we didn't look so much into the agricultural sector because, as you might know, we have some lack of data on some gaps to fill in the greenhouse gas inventories with regards mainly with the soil organic carbon. But this is a distribution of the land use in Spain. So it is out of the question that the importance of the olive cropland. So what we can do in the agricultural sector? Well, this year we submitted a draft update of the National Energy and Climate Plan, which is the way that the member state have to say how we are going to comply with the different goals that we have in the regarding the different regulations that we have in the European Union. And then we have two measures that you can see on the screen that covers both the emission and the removals in all the agricultural land. Of course, this applies also to the olive crops. So how we develop that measures? Of course, we have connection with the sectoral policies, mainly the Common Agriculture Policy. We don't have competence in agriculture. We don't have competence in any sector because we deal with climate change. So we have to coordinate a lot with the sectoral policymakers, in this case, the Ministry for Agriculture, in order to get the most of this incredible incentive that is the Common Agriculture Policy. So then we have our own tools, that is the Spanish Registry of the Carbon Footprint, Compensation and Carbon Seed Projects, that I think it's interesting for you. I'm going to explain a little bit more in the next slides. And then the FES CO2, FES stands for Fondo para una Economía Sostenible, so Fund for a Sustainable Economy. We also have some non-permanent funds that mostly covered by the PIMA projects. This is money coming from the ETS sector. So we have every year we can choose in which projects we can invest that money, and we have up to now 2 calls in 2017 and 2091, which aim to create more removals in the agricultural land. And we have a couple of examples in olive crops. So going to the Spanish Registry of Carbon Footprint, Compensation and Carbon Sink Projects, I know that most of you are familiar with that because it was mentioned before in some of the presentations, I think. So, it's a voluntary tool. We have as a legal basis a royal decree that it's currently under modification. And we have some complementary documents that set the details of the different methodologies. The functioning of the registry is very simple. We have the 3 sections. In the section A, the organizations calculate the footprint and compromise to reduce it. Then we have the section B, which is independent, and we have these carbon removal projects that are carried out by operators, and of course are due to liability mechanisms, monitoring, reporting, and verification, and so on. And then to kind of close the circle, we have this section C, in which one organization that it's already registered in section A can purchase or acquire, let's say, it's not necessary to keep money in return of that, some carbon credits that are also covered by section B. So I think it's the only national scheme that closes this circle. So we have everything under control. We are also very, very clear about what we are doing with those credits. It's always accounted under the national greenhouse inventories, and so cannot go outside Spanish territory, because organizations in section A has to implement their functioning inside the Spanish territory. So we are very clear about that. Well, I don't want to enter too much into the claims of those credits, but this is, as you know, also currently under development by EU regulation on green deals, also on reporting obligations for certain companies. That is a directive that was, I think it is in force since last year, and also with the Empowering Consumers Directive that it's about to be published very soon. So yeah, moving out to the this carbon removal project, some generalities they are developed in the agroforestry sector. As you know, they are open by the royal decree to different types of projects, but right now we have only two methodologies that apply to the forest sector, not to agriculture. It's been more or less 6-7 years that we are looking to the agriculture sector from a methodology, but right now we are currently waiting for what is coming on the methodology of the expert group on carbon removals that will be adopted by a European Commission in the form of implementing act according to the regulation that Maria Jesus has just presented us. So, of course, we have tools and methodology provided for the estimation of this CO2, that it's mandatory, but then what is counted towards the final credits issued is the ex post calculations that are very easy to cover under the forestry projects, but not that easy for the agriculture sector. This is why we've been looking thoroughly to this in the last few years, and we can't be final about that. And of course, we have some management and monetary conditions that are mandatory to comply. So this is this is slide just to mention that is already mentioned by various by some persons, that we have a lot of approaches in the assessment of the CO2 estimations. We have, for instance, in the right this tool developed by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission that has made this assessment of a lot of practice in the agricultural sector, and they have made this compilation of what it's in terms of both reduction of emission and increase of removals. That it's very impressive. And also in the left, we have this study that was carried by a contract that we made with the University Polytechnics of Madrid, that it's trying to look for all the studies that deals with this issue, but only in the Mediterranean area. And what we have found there is that we have a lot of variability. So we think that all the practices could be more or less combined into these three categories. And the problem for us is that we have, depending on the conditions, that are very specific. So we can have either very positive benefit or even negative. So we have to be very careful with that. What we wanted here is to kind of find a range in which we could move and then use the conservative part of that range, but up to now is not going to be possible because we have something like this, and it's very difficult to give next steps in this direction with these numbers. Other considerations apart from CO2, of course, I mentioned before, we have to approach to the EU framework that they are setting for certification removals. We have a lot of problems inside Spain, not only with let's say private schemes that are certifying carbon credits under let's say not very well, you understand me, not very controlled circumstances, but also with other public schemes that are appearing lately in the regions, in the autonomous communities, that they are making his own methodologies. And it's very difficult to let's say be interoperable between all the carbon schemes. And this is a major issue because this is something that is under observation a lot. And it's something that it's very much needed to give credibility to the whole system, not only to our scheme, but to all the schemes that are certifying carbon removals. So our next fear is that we see that regarding the soil organic carbon, as I said before, we see very uncertainties. So we see a lot of difference in robustness and similarity with the 16 methodologies that we have under the forestry sector. Of course, those were the easiest one to develop 10 years ago, almost. But we have very clear conditions, very robust conditions, and we don't see that the agriculture projects can replicate on that, at least up to now. So again, we're waiting for the methodology that is coming up under the EU framework and see if we can join on that. Of course, the CO2 selling and participation on pledges, I'm not going to enter on that difficult issue of the Article 6 negotiations on the United Nations Convention. But up to now, we don't have any tool to see if, for instance, an agriculture project. So yeah, there is this blockchain technology, but in the end, blockchain is for projects that are inside the blockchain thing, but it's difficult for us to control every credit, every code of carbon credit certified in the numerous carbon credit existing. So that poses a problem for us. Of course, how to prove the right practice, the right place, in the right time. This is under discussion right now, and it's one of the main topics of this workshop. And also, of course, monitoring and CO2 leakage, not only of the CO2 that have been already certified, but on the practices. Because, for instance, if you make no tillage, you can do that several years, for instance, 5 years, and then in the 6 years, you decide not to go anymore with the no tillage, and then all the carbon that you have sold previously suddenly gets into the atmosphere, but it had been already used in the for some companies to offset their carbon footprint. So that's a major issue that is not solved in our opinion. On the best CO2, I have very few to say. This is my last slide. So, but I was asked specifically to talk about this. So one of the mandates of the Spanish climate change law was to modify the royal decree that regulates the fund for the sustainable economy in order to increase the type of eligible projects. Up to now, we have very few. This is, well, the functioning of this tool is that the money from the ETS is used to pay directly for reduction of tons at a certain price, that it's more or less the price of the ETS. But it helps to have some approved methodologies. For instance, we have a lot of projects in biomass projects, that substitution of fossil fuels for biomass. But as I said, this is currently being modified in order to increase the type of these projects. I think this is currently under public consultation, but the public consultation finished tomorrow, so you are on time if you want to say something on that. And the proposal consider the generation of removals, general terms, and the enhancement of the adaptation capacity. So I think this is a very important point, that I don't know if everybody's crazy about the credits and the current CO2 credits, but this on way of go, I think it's very important way or road to consider. Yeah, of course, we have to develop a methodology, but I think it will be very interesting and to a certain point less controversial, let's say. So I finished with that. Yeah, very happy to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you so much, Ivan. It was great to hear which is the Spain national policy towards facing climate change and how this may affect us. I think that you also made a very interesting compilation of the approaches of carbon fixation that I even broader than the ones that we saw on the other day. So I think it was really interesting to hear you and have you here. Also to see a little bit how in Spain the policy will go ahead. I think this table was very interesting. We have a broad approach by Maria Jose on how all the certification process is taking place, which are the policy changes that are to take place in Spain, and two specific cases that are already in course and being recognized for the certification of carbon credits. Juan Antonio was saying, and he's right, but that maybe now at the discussion we should also start to focus on the baseline. That is something that is worrying all of us. It was, for example, when Jose Luis talked, I told him, Jose Luis, okay, let me know if you already have your hedgerow orchard and you're always already managing it well, where do you prove the additionality? So it's a worry for all of us, and I'll pass the floor to Juan Antonio to talk about it.
Okay, we would like to use this short time before the lunch. We have 15 minutes, okay, but only want to point the focus in two ideas. The first is to remind all the people here that this workshop is focused on the carbon balance, and the carbon balance have two members or two plays in the equation, in the identity. So the emission and the removal. So the first tip to decrease a lot the removal, the emission is our main objective. This is true. Okay, but when the decrease of the emission go to the maximum level, we get in charge, start to work the removals to acquire the neutrality. So this second step is, in terms of our sector, can be considered as an opportunity, because with the carbon removal in our sectors, we can obtain another time potential, we can obtain another incomes. So in the actual scenario, in these 2 days, we have identified two critical issues: the establishment of the baseline to start to calculate this carbon removals, and how to quantify this carbon removal depending of the agricultural practice. So we would like to restore the discussion of this morning about how to calculate or how to define this baseline, how criteria must be considered to define this baseline, is the actual storytelling to define the baseline, considering the business as usual practices, the best criteria for to define our baseline or not. I think that we have the right to thinking about this. about the beginning of the definition criteria. So please take the floor, take the word. Let us to know what your opinion. All your opinion are important for us, but we think that we need to open the discussion in the starting point, not give for approve the actual storytelling. We need to take a previous step and to start in the point of the discussion.
One of the things that I want to remake is when we are speaking from a point of view, okay, from additionality and baseline, is when we are defining a carbon removal project, when we are speaking about project to generate the credits. When we are only speaking about reduction or increment the absorption, we don't need this term, and I explain because we need to compare only one farm with each farm. We can compare each farm between them because each condition is very different. We can different soil, we can different climate, we can different practice. So when we are speaking in the market or in the consultancy market about the carbon footprint, we can compare carbon footprint between two products or the same product in different location. So if we want to start to measure and we want to start to reduce the carbon footprint or increase the sequestration, we can do it at level farm, with each farm independently and with the industry independently, because each of one will be a footprint different, and this is his baseline, his point to start to reduce or to increase the insetting. So if we stabilize a start point for all the farmers can the possibility to reduce. A farmer that are working during the last 10 years in organic matter, for example, he will be less reduction effort, but he can do. If we want to speak about pay about this effort, we don't need to speak about the baseline. He can do an effort additionality. If we have a lot of farms that they are not doing good practice, they have a big way to start to do it, and we need to improve and communicate that this is the way, independent from the carbon credits. We need to measure, we need to use the data to generate knowledge and improve.
Thank you. Well, I have brought my notebook, but anyway, I think I will start answering your question. Back in 2012, we produced the first meta-analysis, taking into consideration all the papers dealing with the carbon sequestration with different soil management system in Spain. It was published, as I mentioned, 11 years ago. So by that time, we collaborated with the Spanish Office for Climate Change, and I think the things are moving, and we need to. And I agree, and I like, even though you are not an agronomist, you did a very good presentation in terms of setting the scenes in terms of credibility. The price will be related to credibility, and I think we need to bring and help you with the scalable strategies that can be considered. So we have maps about the soil organic carbon contents by GRC. We have maps produced by Spanish researchers, and that can be considered a baseline. With regards to removal, that is the current situation. I would go defining what are the conventional practices that are, and I think in the first presentation, Kamel did a fantastic presentation about how the depletion of soil organic carbon is happening if conventional practices are in place. We could define that, I would say, rather well, according to the different scenarios in different countries. And building on that, we can suggest farmers practices based on science. And I think most of us have read the IPCC documents. They have a high certainty, medium, low, and we can also produce documents with that strategy, saying farmers, if you do this in this place, it's very likely you will do that. Because if we want to scale up things, I don't know, I won't ask about money, but how much would cost a certification process when the voluntary market is way below the regulated one? We are not talking about 100 euro per credit. So if we are going down in the price, how much would it cost to have a high certainty credit? So I think we should think of, and I know because we have a member of in the European carbon removal framework, I think we could define baselines, and maybe also for you to consider, maybe we could compare farmers with what they are doing, their neighbors. It's not, because imagine that I've been doing conservation agriculture with good cover, good practices for 20 years. I'm probably close to my maximum potential. I would like to participate in these markets because I think I've done things well. Maybe in the past and maybe in the future I can still increase. And I should be considered also as a eligible farmer. And I think Jose Fernando mentioned before, I mean, farmers are really listening to what we are talking about now. They would like to participate, they would like to increase their incomes. And I think we should think of those farmers as well, bringing those on board, because they can be lighthouses and they can be helping other farmers. So, Juan Antonio, you have a big challenge and task ahead, but I think we can find scalable strategies to help olive growers to participate in these conditions. And I would make a couple of questions, but I think I will leave it for the lunch break. Okay.
Emilio, just to confirm, you said that this meta-analysis that gave the maps that you referred to was from 2012, right?
Yeah, the first one. After that, there are a lot of researchers, and there are more papers. I can send them to Juan Antonio and share with the audience. But I think we already have some solid science behind the strategies. And I would just bring one comment here. We should be faithful to the terminology. Many times we see conservation tillage, including no tillage and reduced tillage or minimum tillage. It's totally different. We learned that if you do minimum tillage, you may even lose carbon. If you do no tillage with good cover, there is a high probability that you will increase for sure in most of the cases, if not all. So also taking decisions should be, I mean, we should be clear about what we are talking about, because if we put in a box a lot of things and then we give an average result, that can be problematic for especially for the training and information. Thank you.
Anyone else? Camille?
Thank you. It was really very interesting for me because it's another point of view. And I was thinking about the baseline and the period, because the most removal is not permanent removal. If you change the practices, you can lose quickly what you stored as carbon. So what is the minimum period of commitment is needed to get this carbon credit? And if there is a minimum period and there is a farmer who along years has implied best practices for organic farming or something like this with certification and traceability and so on, we can take into account this effort and return to the baseline when he began his work. And this, we have the additionality, but a previous additionality, but because he has already, I don't know, 10 years of organic farming. So during these 10 years of organic farming, there is carbon removal, and we can calculate or estimate this carbon removal. Tools exist, and we can take into account this period and the removal as credit carbon. I think this can be something to be fair and to gain time, because as you said, you have to convince farmer for a commitment of 10 years to be paid after that. So if they had already make the road or part of the road, it can be also something good for them. I was just wondering, because for me, baseline is critical, and the period of commitment is also critical. For instance, in some country like me, if there is not subsidized for implementing these type of practices, and I am implementing, I am doing conservation agriculture or something like this, and then there is this carbon credit, I can just stop for some years to have a low baseline and begin again to have more carbon credit if I am not rewarded on my previous work. I think about this complexity of the approach. It's not really very easy. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Camille. Anyone else? Yeah, please take the floor. The ones who have not did so before, please introduce yourself and the enterprise you work in, please, before talking.
There you are. Thank you very much. My name is Juan Palomares, and I am the Managing Director of Trinity AgTech that Jose Luis has been talking about. And basically, he has been the third person in the past 2 hours that has asked the same question around, the situation that many farmers face, where they have been already in a sustainable path, or they have become regenerative, and what happens with them. And so, because at Trinity we have already done something for them, I just wanted to share what we do, without talking too much about my company, because probably everyone wants to go for lunch. But basically, we are a company that has been around for 5 years. We operate in more than 12 countries across Europe and North America, South America, Latin America. And basically, as Jose Luis was alluding to, what we do is we have a platform that democratizes science for farmers. We use the latest science, which is 2019 IPCC guidelines. And as he was saying, we use tier 2 and tier 3 methodologies, which basically means that we are able to emulate reality to the extent possible. And we use programming language like R or Python. And all of this, what effectively means is that we are able to do things that are difficult to do, but that are helpful for people. And so in the case of a regenerative farmer, obviously, nobody wants someone who is sustainable to stop being sustainable, because there are pervasive incentives in the market, which is what you guys are talking about here. And so what we do at Trinity is basically 2 things. One thing is, when you're a farmer and you go out to the field every day and you are basically implementing sustainable practices, as a consequence of your efforts, you are keeping your carbon stock levels quite high. And that's something that wouldn't happen if you were not doing that. And so what we do is we basically model what would happen if those farmers were not doing that job. What would happen with those carbon stock levels, which obviously, as you can imagine, they would decrease. And so we are able, thanks to the latest science and the advanced methodologies that we use, to basically calculate what would be that amount of CO2 that would be released back into the atmosphere. That is what we call carbon stock retention, and that is quantified in the shape of credits. And so that's something that we can offer. When I say we,
we don't do it because we are just a science and a software company. But any buyer of carbon credits, anyone who is supporting farmers can basically reward those farmers for the job that they do. And in this way, basically what we do is we achieve our mission, which is not leaving anyone behind. That's our policy in terms of types of farming and also in terms of size. We cater for any farmer, no matter whether you have 1 hectare or 1,000 hectares, and also any type of farming. I mean, here we are talking obviously about olive trees, but we do any type of arable farming, horticulture, perennials, any type of livestock. Everyone basically has a potential to improve, and that's what we do. And we do baselines for every single farmer. We don't do like common practice because that's what you do when you don't have the tools to actually look at every single individual and see how they can improve, which is, I think, what we always for. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Juan. Thank you so much. Álvaro? Álvaro will speak in Spanish. And I will do my best to translate to English what Álvaro will say, okay? I apologize to the interpreters and to all of you, but I'll do my best.
Pido perdón por hablar en castellano.
He's apologizing for speaking in Spanish.
Agradezco al COI la organización de las jornadas,
Thanks the IOC for the organization of this.
que me parecen muy interesantes y que son muy
There is a very interesting
importantes para el futuro de la
the
huella de
future
carbono del olivar, que creo que puede ser una fuente de ingresos
of the carbon
importante.
footprint of the olive orchard that could be an interesting source of income.
Nosotros somos empresarios, fabricamos carbón
We are
vegetal
entrepreneurs. We produce vegetal coal
en la provincia de Jaén,
in Jaén.
donde
Where-
COSUR es nuestro anfitrión.
Where
COSUR,
COSUR is their host.
el grupo COSUR tiene una extractora en Puente del Obispo y nosotros le fabricamos el vapor
They
con
have an
el-
extractor in Puente del Obispo, and they produce the steam.
con el syngas que generamos en un horno de pirólisis.
Dilo otra vez.
Con el syngas,
With the non-gas.
gas de síntesis,
Well, with pyrolysis, yes.
utilizamos el gas para fabricar el vapor en una
Using the
caldera.
gas to produce the steam in a caldera. In a
Boiler.
In a boiler, yes.
Y esa caldera era antes de gas natural, es decir, que ese
And the
gas
boiler was before from natural gas.
es gas limpio.
Now which means it's now a clean gas.
Es limpio porque la carbonización no permite que se queme la biomasa, sino que
It's
se
clean
transforma,
because the carbonization does not allow the biomass to be burnt.
se transforma en carbón y ese carbón,
It's transformed into coal, and this coal,
unas 4.000 toneladas al
about
año,
4,000 tons a year,
podría ponerse en las plantaciones
could
nuevas que se
be
hacen del olivar.
introduced in the new olive orchard plantations.
Cada tonelada de carbón equivale a 3
Each
toneladas de
carbon
CO2.
of coal, it's an equivalent to how many?
3.
Of-
3 toneladas de CO2.
Of 3 tons of CO2.
Y está demostrado que ese biochar, cumpliendo la norma europea, tiene más de 100 años de estabilidad en el suelo.
This biochar that accomplished the European rule has more than 100 years of stability.
Carboliva tiene un plan de desarrollo
Carbolive has a development plan
de 20 plantas
of 20 plants or
que se
units
adaptarían a los secaderos de Orujo.
that will be adapted to the dryers of ¿cómo se dice oruja ahora de repente? Pomas, yeah.
Bagazo.
Pomas. Okay.
Ese secado se haría limpio y eliminaría el problema de emisiones
This drying will be
que tiene el
clean
sector
and
actualmente.
would avoid the emissions problems of the sector. Calma, Juan Antonio, no seas, perdón.
Es el biochar, Ricardo
This
y
biochar
Iván, ¿se consideraría como un abatimiento de carbono?
could it be considered as a reduction of carbon? Is the question of Álvaro.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Álvaro. Who wants to answer? Iván, ¿quieres hablar tú? Sí, vale.
Simple answer to that is yes. So I answer in this.
In English.
Okay. Simple answer to that is yes. It's one of the methodologies that is being considered in the EU expert group. But yeah, depending on the conditions of and the use of biochar, it will give yeah very different results. But yeah, it's something that it's being is studied right now in the EU group. So yeah, it's being considered. And also, I think that the direct references to biochar are going to be inserted in the regulation. So yeah, it's definitely something that is going to be considered. Yeah.
Okay, last one. Huh? Okay, Jose Luis is going to add a little thing.
A little quickly. We need to take into account if this biochar is produced in the farm, in the industry, what energy we use to produce the biochar, and what is the carbon footprint that biochar bring to the farm. So we need to take into account a lot of things in this way. One of the regenerative practice is to produce biochar in the farm. So this have an important impact in the carbon credits future markets. But now we need to apply this kind of products like biochar in the farm and stabilization of the qualities, because we are scouting different options in the market, and we have a lot of qualities and a lot of kinds of biochar, biochar additivated. We need to take into account that if we put directly the biochar in the field, we are going to be a retention of the nutrients during approximately the next 3 years. So we need to take into account how we are going to apply this kind of biochar. So it's a very good solution to implement the sequestration of carbon in the farm. The biochar have a lot of benefits, but we need to take into account how apply in the farm. And in the market, we can find different biochar products that a lot of them come from the carbon footprint, or no, with the carbon credit benefits incorporated in the price. So if we put this biochar with produced by a carbon credit program, we can benefit about the application of biochar in the carbon credit program that the farmer are. Okay. They have a lot of implications. It's not easy, but it's a good way from the Jaén, for example, producers, the cooperative producers, to improve the pyrolysis system and recirculate this kind of solution in the farm, and finding the different option to apply these benefits in the carbon credit market.
Hello. Yes, I'm Tristano. I represent here Spherico, which is a provider of measurement and reporting and verification tool. So we do have an approach to baselines, but I will present it this afternoon. So I have restrained myself from intervening. But I just wanted to share the thoughts about this argument that is there about how we reward early adopters, and so how we create this baseline to take them in consideration as they have already done those things. And I mean, Juan, I think, made a technical approach. We do also have one I'll present later. So there are mechanisms that they could get funded. But I would, I always hear this argument from people. I've never heard this argument from the early adopter. And my thinking is different. Generally, it is the early adopters, they don't do it for the money. It's their incentive is not, I want to apply for some credits. They do it because they believe that's best for their farm. So they have different values setting, and they are innovators. So in a way, my suggestion would be, you as an organization, if you have to think about how to reward these people, give value to what they've done for us to be able to see, what are the potential. So perhaps, you can organize events where you put them on a stand and you're allowed to share their experiences. I think that for them, this would be more rewarding than saying, we give you €1,000 extra because you did something in the past. They did it for a different reason. That's just like I wanted to share this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now lunch break. We will be back around 3. Okay. I hope the interpreters don't mind. So at 3 o'clock, like yesterday, you have a light lunch here. So if you want, you can stay with us and we all. I think it's a good opportunity to network and to talk together. Okay. See you now. 2 minutes and we are with you. Well, these warnings is because there are some people online so that they can know what is happening. For the interpreters, you have online the small summary on the lectures, okay? In the same drive as all the lectures. So this afternoon is focused on voluntary credit carbon markets. And we have our lectures today to introduce their experiences in this subject. I would start by Paco Conde. Paco has more than 34 years of experience in consultancy across various sectors. And he co-founded Zerti Carbon, where he is dedicated to addressing the challenge of carbon farming. Zerti Carbon collaborates with forest owners worldwide to restore and maintain healthy forests while using cutting-edge blockchain technology to ensure transparency and reliability in the carbon capture process, like the Diki and lecture before, the importance of trust, right? His expertise in strategic innovation management and business model innovation enhances these efforts. So Paco, you have the floor to introduce us your model. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, congratulations to the magnificent organization and because the level of the speakers and the attendance is really incredible. That's really a challenge when you are a speaker. And now I think I have to focus my presentation on a different approach. What I'm going to try to pitch with you is it's about business model innovation and about business ecosystems. And then I will introduce also some examples of open innovation, okay? Then I begin with what's 30 Carbon? 30 Carbon is a value proposition which is based in 3 topics, which are forestation, digitalization, and monetization all together, yeah? Because at the end of the day, the objective of 30 Carbon is becoming a marketplace for credit offsetting, okay? Then I go through these topics and I will try to. Okay, then the origins. The origins come from Finland. In fact, 30 Carbon is a Finnish company. And they come from young people, as you see, Zeta, Y generation people, that they want to change the things. I'm a boomer and I try to understand their approach, but customer insight is very important in this case because they want to change the rules of the game. And I'm going to go through, and it's not only about how to get funded or refunded from forest owners, but also it's about to take action, to do things, not only speaking, blah, blah, blah. Then the citizenship, in this case, the forest owners, they have decided to change things. And then they began 3 years ago as 30 Forest, and they put together all the expertise. Pano is there in the middle. He is our managing director. And he just tried to put together efficiency. She tried to put together new ways of forestry. And then they contacted us because we are a young company, but we are, in this sense, international. I mentioned that we have the Finnish component because we come from the forest. That's very important. Then we have the expertise from forestry. We have the expertise also from forest equipment. This is Risutech, which is a top-level machinery and digital forestry company. And we just had the opportunity to be on board with this magnificent team from the blockchain technology side. Then I represent 35, which is a company which is located in Catalonia. And after these 2 years and a half, I think I have some idea about forestry. I'm civil engineer from origin, but at the end of the day, what we have put together is a new business model. And then I go through. But let's go first, why I'm here. As 35, as a blockchain solution, we are working on traceability, and we are working on tokenization. Traceability is clear for all of you, and that represents the way you track the olive growth from growth to table. And we have expertise on this as 35. We track pork industry, we track honey industry, and we'd like very much to be involved in olive industry.
Paco, just a second. I have some people online saying they are not hearing. I don't know, you can see with the translators what is happening. Just a second, sorry, Paco.
Sure.
At least, nor the chat is available, nor the interpretation is available, is what they're telling me. So sorry, Paco, just a second. I can speak, but I don't know, Hassan, can you please, if you have it in French or in Spanish, to see if you can hear it? No? Hello, hello, hello. Now, yes, okay. They can hear us now. Okay, we can keep on. Okay.
Can I go through?
Paco, yes, you can keep on.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
Then I come back to traceability, which is regarding about processes, but it's also about customer engagement and which information we share with the client, with the end consumer. Then we try to move a step ahead, trying to get from you, from the auditorium, from the people who is listening here, your expertise on carbon balance and LCA, life cycle calculation on your sector, because we would like very much to put together your expertise, your knowledge with our capabilities, with our enabling technology, which is blockchain, okay? We come through later on, but if we put together our expertise, we can go through and we can really approach to a similar value proposition that we have done in the forestry sector. And then let's come with which are the forest owners' pains. Very similar to agricultural farmers, very, very similar. Basically, Finland, 400,000 families, they are forest owners, average 40 hectares per family. And really, new generations, when they get from, let's say, in the association process, a forest, they perceive that they will have a problem, how to manage the forest. And then what's going on in this sector? In the most advanced forestry country, which is Finland. Well, basically, it's a monopoly, which the production is addressed to timber and pulp industry. 3, 4 big let's say gorillas, they have all the value chain and the ecosystem. Then the forest owner is small, has no power, has no ability to take decisions, has no ability to change the rules of the game. That's another topic, to change the orthodoxies. Okay, and there are a lot of orthodoxies on the forest industry. But all that begins from the forest owners. And the forest owner is our client, is 30 Carbon client. We work for them because he's the poorest one, was the weakest one in this ecosystem, and we try to empower the forest owner. How? Let's go. Then that begins with forestation. Forestation, the European Forest Institute has defined a new concept, which is climate smart forestry. And what's climate smart forestry? Is, let's say, sustainable forestry, which takes into account different thinning models, fertilizing, keeping biodiversity, mixing forest, and keeping as much as possible soil life under the roots. All this together, because what we want is that the trees are CO2 carbon sinks champions. Because there is a new business model, which is, as you know, I mentioned these 2 days, the carbon farming. Second process, digitalization. And that is where 35, together with the Finnish partners, they begin to come into. What about to get a digital twin of a forest? Is that possible? Yes, it is. It's not rocket science. It's simple. It's not expensive. But you have to think that digitalization process costs are going down, down, down. We are using at this moment drones with LiDAR. I don't go to explain more details. But we scan the forest, 100 hectares per day per drone, and we can get at the end of the day the height, diameter, species, geolocalization, and timestamp. With all this info, we use the allometries, and then we calculate the biomass. From the biomass, we calculate which is the CO2 captured when we do the first inventory. And this first inventory is going to be the baseline. Real one, unique, because this forest is unique, with a mixture of trees, with mixture of allometries, and we put all together, and we get all data, the real baseline of this forest. And we are going to monitor this forest every 10 years. Between the 10 years, we use remote sensing to check if still the forest there before we generate the tokens that I'm going to explain later on. Okay? And why we need data? That's very important. If we don't get data, we don't have trusted information, and we don't have a monetization. Then all begins with getting real data. In this case, this data allows us, I show you later on the result, which is the baseline, that gives us to measure the additionality, because from this inventory, this baseline, we are going to introduce, which are going to be the actions in this forest. The forest owner has the choice to decide which ones he wants to introduce. This is part of our ISO 14064 procedure. And we track all this information, thinning process, samples of the needles in order to determine which are the best fertilizers, because we have different types of additional actions to do in this forest, unique. And the forest owner, he decides which one. Then this is part of our process. 30 Carbon has different steps in its process. One is how we show to the forest owner the different choices that he has for additionality. Second one, how we digitalize the forest. Third one, how we monetize these tokens I'm going through. And we are responsible that the forest management plan is really executed. When we have all these components, we are ISO certified. That means that every block forest is ISO certified. Okay. And the result is this. That is where blockchain comes into. You can see on left, this is one forest. Every point is one single tree. We have checked this forest. The accuracy is 98% if you measure every one, because this is a small forest and we have done the field works. And the result is that you have the customer engagement, which is very important, this topic. Which is the value of the carbon offset? That depends. And which is going to be the price of this stone? That depends on the added value that you provide to your client, to the end consumer. If you scan this QR, some of you are doing, it's real one. We will go through. We will see which is the company that has got this carbon offsetting. But what we are doing is using public blockchains. We use Ethereum-based blockchains. These blockchains allows interoperability. We can mix data from different public blockchains, no problem. We can track, for example, when we cut the tree, we have to track that this forest, this boot is going to be a long time stored. Then we track with, for example, in Galicia, they have a very nice tool, which is based on blockchain. The timber arrives to the facilities, is tracked, and then we connect all the tracked previous information from the planting till the use of this timber on the furniture, on the construction, wood and construction industry. Okay, that's really the added value of blockchain. The public blockchains, no private blockchains. And the result is this one. And you see one curve, yeah? Bottom left. This is the ex-ante curve for this forest. This ex-ante curve is because the forest industry, they have yields, they have mean annual increases for every species. They have all this data. Every country, in Finland, Luke, in Spain, CREAF, everybody, there is a state of the art that everybody agrees on this basis. There's no debate. It's clear. The biomass in a moment is from the allometry, and the way it's going to grow this forest, this tree, is determined by the yield. And then we interpolate, and this green curve you see here is unique because it's for a mixture of this specific forest with 3 species that provides this ex-ante curve. And the yellow one is the inventory, the flight we have done. When we fly, we determine the age of this forest. And the new flight is going to come 10 years later, and we will have an upper horizontal line. And then we will calibrate the estimations on the ex-ante with the reality. And all this farming capability of CO2 sequestered is introduced on a non-fungible token, NFT. Why? Because the NFT allows a smart contract inside. In this smart contract, we introduce all the estimated previous at ex-post carbon farming of this forest. Anyone can manipulate this information. When we make the new inventory, we are going to calibrate and we are going to create a new NFT of this forest. That's the way we have trusted and real data. The result, and then the customer insight. This is a young company, transportation company. Yuha has decided voluntarily to compensate the emissions of his trucks. Not all of them. And he has been very successful. You know why? Because this is an added value in his offers when he go for public contracts. And he gets the contract. And he's not the cheaper one. For example, Girona, the Diputación de Girona, which is the county in Catalonia, they are already calculating which is the carbon footprint of every of the civil works that they are going to tender, which is going to be the next step. All the contractors will have to provide the carbon balance, and they have to provide the carbon offsetting. In this case, this is a real application. But what we provide trusted information. Anyone can tap this QR and has which are the tokens, the forest, which one are retired and which one are still available. Simple, easy, friendly, thanks to technology. Another example. The previous one was typical business to business. Now I show you business to consumer value proposition. This is a renting company in Finland that offers company cars to executives. And the executives, the end user, is demanding to compensate their carbon footprint. This BMW is going to circulate 25,000 kilometers per year. That means he's going to emit 10 tons of CO2. And this Finnish citizen wants to compensate his footprint. And then what we provide is the ability to buy 10 trees. One Finnish tree is going to compensate, is going to sink almost 1 ton in all his life, 70 years, okay? We track all the 70 years life of this tree, and then we can offer a reality, a planted tree, which is going to compensate 1 ton. Because this tree is part of a forest management plan of this block, and this block is under ISO, and our responsibility and the auditors are going to check that this tree is still on the block and the platform. And at the end, what we provide is on the wallet of the end user, the compensation, yearly compensation. Which is the price of this stone? 10 euros? No, much more, because it has a lot of marketing value, real marketing, no greenwashing. Well, that was Finland. Then the typical question was, oh, but you know, Finnish forest, they are really industrial forest. They are repetitive. That's not true, because they plant 3 species at least. Okay, then the acid test was to make a pilot. We are Catalans in Catalonia. And we have gone to the public administration. And they are going to use this project, part of the next generation, in one renaturalization project. I don't explain the details, but it's a beautiful example of a Mediterranean forest, pinus and oaks. And we have done the exercise with the same team, and we have got very good results, even in this difficult scenario with a not managed forest. And these are the results. We have used the same technology. In this case, we have used a Catalan team, which is very good forest 4.0 engineers that they use canopy maps and they analyze all the data. And they have got a very valuable information that from the dominant and codominant species, we get 90–70% of accuracy. And dominated, because this forest is not managed, dominated, we cannot quantify. That means 1/3 of the total biomass. This third is going to be clean when they have a forest management plan, then this is a buffer. Because at the end, we will have 20% which is not digitalized. This is another example, also in Catalonia, of planting. That was for an existing forest, and then for an afforestation, we use this equipment, this planting machine, and the efficiency is incredible. We can plant 150, 200 trees per hour, and every planting process, you get the digital twin. You get the geoposition, GPS, and you get the timestamp. All this info goes directly to the cloud, and then you get the digital twin from the beginning. This digital twin allows us to provide the trees that we are going to sell, as I mentioned before, on a B2C business model. Then, one important topic that I want to mention here. Our vision of the ecosystem, of the business ecosystem, is that we have to provide a complete end-to-end marketplace. We are not relying on middlemen. We are not relying on middle certification bodies. We rely on blockchain. We rely on the ISO auditing process. We rely on all the digitalized information, which is public on blockchain. Of course, can be a third certification body which is going to check, which is evident in our ISO certificate of every block and every tree. And also, we understand the marketplace. We don't rely on carbon traders. We have to develop the market because the brand and the end is Certicarbon. And we want to sell the tone the higher price possible because we have a success fee from this quantity and the rest is for the forest owners. Then part of this process has been launching and pitching the project in Japan. And I want to share with you, because we have to think global and act local. That's real. In this case, when you expand your vision, you notice, for example, that Kyoto is the headquarters for Nintendo, Murata, Onron, big companies. But they export, and they are required to be net zero, and they don't know how to do it. In the country, which is the champion on technology-based systems to abate the carbon footprint. But at the end of the day, they have to offset. And then they are asking Certicarbon, what are you doing? Because that's very interesting. 60% of the surface of Japan is forest, and we are doing nothing with that. But even with all this surface, we cannot compensate. Then, which is the market of these trusted tokens of CO2? Is it Spain? Is it Europe? No, it's global. Speaking about voluntary market. Okay, recent achievements. Well, we have 3 million trees tracked one per one. That's why we are really very proud about our blockchain capabilities, because we have solved the scalability is one of the challenges of blockchain. We have solved it. We have planted 200,000 trees to sell in the B2C business model and B2B2C, which is mytreeinitiative.com. We have won a contract of open innovation, a grant, in fact, from the European Forest Institute, which is the European Union reference body on forestry. And we have been one of the examples to be invited in the expert group of carbon removals that Julio mentioned the other day in the June session. Okay, and really, I'm glad to say that they were surprised that monitoring, review, and verification is not rocket science. We have done it, and we are a startup without resources. Summary. Okay, you have to think on the business model. Please, I perceive, how to say that? I perceive one subsidy atmosphere on this room. Forget, I mean, oh, European Union is going to give us an extra money, which is going to be controlled, which is going to be certified. We have the voluntary market. It's free, it's open. Go ahead. Go ahead. All what we are doing is very simple to move to the official baselines. We will do it, and we will have the official baselines. And we will trust, and we will re-audit our ISO, taking into account the additionality concepts. And I'm sure that most of the additionality procedures that we have developed, we are pioneers. There is no evidence. It's not DMV, it's another, it's your competence, yeah, in Scandinavia. And they are surprised. They told us, wow, yeah, of course, yes, go ahead. I'm going to certify that. Okay, what we have provided is a different business model for the forest owner. Which is the business model of the forest owner? He gets rewardings in the different thinnings in Finland every 20, 25 years. Very small quantity because it's small trees. They don't really quote the timber industry. And the real refund is after 60, 70 years. That makes no sense. I plant to my daughter and to me. Then compare this model where you still send, because there is a final cut, which is postponed till the end life and which is tracked this timber later on. And you can provide as additional what you have done to reinforce the carbon sink capability of this forest. And then you are rewarded yearly. That means that in the cash flow, internal rate of return has no comparison. Well, solution which is true based on the facts. We are going to introduce, when we have reliable data, the soil. Of course, because we are using lighter forwarders, lighter equipment. That means that we have less impact. We introduce all that in our carbon balance, because at the same time that we calculate the additionality, we deduct our carbon footprint from our activities. We are using ashes. Yeah. I think he mentioned about biochar. In Finland, is very popular the district heating. They use peatlands, the first biomass layers. And then what we are doing is using pyrolyzed ashes, and we use as fertilizers. But these ashes are certified, and we know exactly which is the carbon footprint of this ash. And we introduce in our carbon balance. And at the end of the day, the additionality is 100% from scope 1, which is the inbound, and the scope 2, which is the internal activities. All that is included, all in one. No double counting, no need of middlemen. Sorry. If we want to make a business here for the forest owner, for the farmer, we have to avoid middlemen. That's clear. And technology allows that. You can scan these quartz, and well, I try to summarize in visual, video, and internet links what I try to teach here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Paco. I think you spoke loud and clear. Um, we could understand that the system that you have already in process based on this mapping through 3D model, and that then gives a traceability through blockchain could be a very interesting output for our sector, and because it is based on we all are looking for transparency and trust. So thank you so much for sharing it with us. Pleasure. Okay, so now I'll pass the floor to Iker Larrea. Iker is a partner and head of trading at Global Factor. His professional career is focused on carbon markets and climate finance, both at national and international levels. At the European level, he coordinates Global Factor trading and conducts emissions trading operations for a wide range of industrial clients. Internationally, he is involved in consultancy, leading market mechanisms design projects for international organizations and developing economies. Iker, thank you so much to be with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. And yeah, I will spend a few minutes with you explaining the opportunities that the voluntary carbon market can bring to the olive sector. To that end, my presentation is divided in 4 sections. First, I will talk about the voluntary carbon market. Then I will the left one. Then I will thank you. I will touch upon the European framework for the voluntary carbon market. It was already discussed yesterday in depth, so I will not take a lot of time there. Then I will present some barriers that have been discussed here, no? As of being faced today by the olive sector. And then finally, I will outline some considerations that should be taken into mind when developing a standard for the olive sector. I hope to be able to do that in 15 minutes. Before I do that, only 30 seconds on my company. We're a global factor. We're working in climate change and sustainability issues. And we were established 20 years ago, and today we are 130 people. And that has some merit because we started with some laptops a long time ago. And today we do consultancy to governments and to the private sector. And we also trade environmental commodities. So we are also middlemen, Paco. Yeah, the voluntary carbon market. As you know, there are companies buying and selling carbon credits. And this is so, as you see in the map, because governments are not being very ambitious in regulating greenhouse gas emissions. And hence, there are a series of standards and initiatives which they allocate a reward, which is a carbon credit, to those projects that either avoid or remove carbon from the atmosphere. So that is the offer side. Who is in the supply side? Sorry, that is the supply side. Who is in the demand side? There are companies that have net zero policies in place and which want to pay for those credits so that they can claim that they are carbon neutral. So that is in summary how the voluntary carbon market works. This is not an emissions trading scheme. There are no allowances, but there are carbon credits. So all these credits have very distinct and unique characteristics. So the price is based on the specificities on the particularities of the project. We can say, roughly speaking, that the price of one carbon credit is between $1 and $40. But that depends on a series of characteristics, such as the standards. There are different standards worldwide and also nationally and also locally. Secondly, the technology. Of course, it is very different to avoid emissions than to remove emissions. That was discussed yesterday as well. So in that sense, removing carbon for the atmosphere has the most value. So that is very good news for the sector. Then thirdly, the price also depends on the country of origin of the project. So it is different to operate depending on the country of origin. And last but not least, the price also depends on how old the credit is. Generally speaking, recent vintages have higher value. The story is changing very rapidly. Everything is changing very rapidly. Technology is changing very rapidly. The benchmarks of politics and policy ambition is changing very rapidly, but so is the price of carbon. In 2021, the prices went up in a very wild manner in a context of climate optimism. We had the COP26 in Glasgow, and also because well, there was cheap interest rates and the economy was booming. What happened in 2022 is that there was a big recession, and also prices dropped considerably. In what was valued at more than $15, you see that in green, started going down. In green, by the way, I have plotted, or I am depicting the price of avoided deforestation credits. So those credits were very popular back then. And in 22, the prices started going down. And in 2023, what has happened is that there has been very big scandals and integrity concerns around those credits. Basically, The Guardian started a public discussion because it was evident that in some cases, baselines had been inflated, and companies, very reputable companies such as Nike, L'Oreal, Nestlé, had been sending money through middlemen to people that were doing nothing for the planet. So people got really angry at that. And so those low prices reflect that. We can say that the voluntary carbon market it's still in its infancy. We're having all sorts of debates and ideas on how the voluntary carbon market should work. But basically, we can speak about 3 areas where it should improve so as to serve the objective of the voluntary carbon market, that is to finance the climate transition. On the supply side, this is the second time you see this logo today. We have the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Markets, who are basically saying what is a high integrity carbon credit. And what the European Union is trying to do is part of that movement, or that tendency to only allow high quality credits in the market. Then on the demand side, we have companies. There the debate is to regulate what companies can say without deceiving their customers. If you take a flight and the company, the airline tells you that your flight is carbon neutral because they have been investing in avoided deforestation projects, well, that might not be the case, and that might lead to issues, legal issues regarding consumer breaching consumer rights. So there is a big debate around that, educating companies and educating the wider public about what the real benefits of carbon credits are and what the limits of voluntary carbon markets are. And then finally, in the middle, we have to develop market infrastructure. Now, technology provides a big opportunity there, but basically we need to develop market infrastructure. We need to have reliable registries in place and reliable marketplaces in place. Now, there are also decentralized finance approaches that may be very innovative and very powerful to do the from customer to producer, but we need to see what works and what does not work. The innovation is open and time will tell. And only to finalize with the issues facing the market, we also need financial regulation so that whenever there are flows of money, there must be some supervision. So that is also a concern of the authorities. So what is happening in Europe? I will skip this part because I was going to tell that farming is part of the sustainable carbon cycles policy. You all know that by now. And also that Europe is working on a certification framework to ensure that the voluntary carbon market gets regulated in Europe, which is a paradox, right? Because we're regulating a voluntary thing, but we have to live with that as well. And there are principles of quality that have been discussed already by all the speakers in these 2 days. What I saw with I know who helped me put together this presentation. We were shocked. Surprisingly, we were only able to find 2 projects related to the olive sector in Verra. Verra is the most popular standard. So this is already an indication of that something is not working well, that the voluntary carbon market is not helping the sector whatsoever. And this slide simply reflects that. We found one project in Australia that is being developed by Cobram. I think that there is one Australian delegate here who can then tell us what is happening and what the real barriers are. I think it can be a very interesting debate, when I finalize. Also, the Spanish colleagues that are doing projects on the ground. What are the real barriers? Because we are consultants and we think, but we do not. We have not endured those barriers. So I'm curious, to listen to you guys. And also there is we found another project in Italy that had been rejected by Verra because on formal issues, but it's not the project that was presented this morning. So it's a pity that the Italian delegate is not here to tell us the real issues. What are the real issues when you develop a carbon project? Without all that information, we thought that there were 3 types of barriers or issues. One is legal. This is very technical, but basically the Paris Agreement is not ready in terms of ownership of the credits. You can go purely decentralized and say that this is your NFT and your token, but if you talk to a lawyer that they like order and they like security, they will say, who owns the credit? Well, that simple question does not have a simple answer, because we're still building the Paris Agreement infrastructure, and because we don't know how those credits should be adjusted in the national inventories prepared by sovereign countries. So that is a big a big hurdle or barrier, especially when you talk to big corporates. Then we also noted that the system is very old. Registries are not taking advantage of these digitalizations, and standards are not taking advantage of technology when it comes to measuring carbon correctly. So there is a limited adoption of remote sensing and digitalization technologies. And thirdly, we also noted that there are technical barriers. In Spain, for instance, we had the Spanish representative earlier today who told us that agricultural land management activities are not eligible in the Spanish voluntary carbon market. So that's a pity. And that we cannot get carbon credits in Spain if we do improvements in soil organic carbon. So there are barriers that can be easily solved, but have to do with technicalities of the standards. I'm already 15 minutes, so sorry. We think that the sector might benefit from a standard that qualifies under the European regulation, this certification, and that which makes it possible to generate credits, high quality credits in a flexible and cost-effective manner. So to be able to achieve that, of course, when you talk about quantification, it is obvious and it is already in the spirit of the European draft certification, but you should allow that all carbon pools in all types of land to generate credits if there are improvements there. So that is a very basic statement, but today that is not the case in Spain. Second, when we talk about additionality, we should get rid of these complex additionality tests that are required by Verra, that basically they ask you to prove that if the credits were not there, there would not be a project, because that additionality test has a lot of flaws and it's time consuming and it's not very real. So instead, we think that there should be simplified additionality tests. And besides that, all monies should received by the carbon market should be compatible with existing grants. Grants, they might decrease over time, but they are still important and they are a source of a stream. So they should be compatible there should be compatibility with the state grants and subsidies. Ricardo also mentioned that, from action-based finance to results-based finance. We also want, action-based finance. In terms of long-term storage, this is very technical and I don't have much to say, but the main idea here is that the standard should benefit from the fact that soil of organic carbon is a bit more stable as a carbon pool than other types of pools that the Commission is looking into, like above ground biomass. So we should be able to make the case from long-term storage at cost-effective means, economic means. And sustainability is very easy to prove for the sector. And the sector has a lot of co-benefits besides carbon, so that should not be an issue. But if the sector develops its own standard, then it should be able to highlight those co-benefits. Gold Standard, for instance, which is the competitor to Verra, has a system of SDG impacts. So that could be perhaps an alternative. Moving towards more practical considerations, I still believe in registries, and the European Commission has also written an article of registries. So yeah, we are not still ready for tokenized solutions, or we need to think ways around how to now we combine both things, but at least we need well-working registries. So Ver and Gold Standard and also ISR, maybe they provide us a blueprint for that, and we should get a fairly transparent registry that enables the purchase and sale of tons of CO2. Today in Spain, for instance, you are only allowed to buy and sell forests or projects, and that is very cumbersome. No? Maybe because we don't know enough about tokenization. And then a final thought, when it comes to marketing, today instruments, they are very generalistic. They are not dedicated in highlighting the particularities and the benefits of the olive grove-based carbon credits. So I think there is a case for having some sort of dedicated marketplace or some dedicated marketing channels that can help us get to the final customer, not just the person who is consuming olive oil of olives, but also the end buyer, no, who is going to be paying for the carbon removals. So that was basically it. Sorry, it took me 20 minutes. And yeah, this is a summary where I want to conclude by saying that the context is very auspicious for the sector because the markets and the regulators are asking high quality credits. Then the second good news is that we have everything to build. So we can design the standard as we wish. There are so many, there is so much to do, and there are so many barriers that any little help that we get, it will be very good for the sector. And then to finalize, that it might be a good idea to take the opportunity that the European Commission is giving us to develop our own voluntary carbon market standard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iker. I am not sure if it was really motivating with all the barriers that you introduced. Clearly, we have lots of work to do, but as you stated just now, also we have all the way in front of us. So thank you so much. It was really interesting to have this overview of all the things that we have to do. Even the projects that you introduced from Australia, they is still waiting for the approval. One from Italy that was refused. So we have a lot of things to do. And so thank you so much. And we will need your help. Thank you. So now I'll pass the floor to Tristano Bacchetti. Tristano Bacchetti. L'ho detto bene? Tristano holds a BSc in agricultural engineering and a PhD in microbial ecology. He has been involved for over 10 years in academic research, mostly investigating how microbial communities interact to give rise to complex biological functions, having carried out his duties on many well-known universities such as Florence, Edinburgh, Newcastle, Duke, and Alcalá de Henares. However, his growing interest in the private sector, the growing interest of the private sector led him to study an MBA focused on the food sector, which allowed him to mature into a business executive, a position he covered for 5 years. After this experience, in 2020, Tristano founded the agro-focused research and development company, SAE Innova, which is currently participating in various European projects, especially around the topic of carbon farming. Out of this research and development firm, the of Esferico was born, which offers software for managing carbon farming projects at regional scale, allowing project developers to easily monitor soil carbon fluxes and generate technical reports for the carbon scheme of their choice. Today, Esferico is filling the first Spanish project for soil carbon using Vera's methodology, focusing on almond orchards located in provinces of Granada, Almería, and Murcia. Esferico's mission is to accelerate the diffusion of carbon farming practices in woody crops across the Mediterranean. Okay. Yeah, that's the next one. Okay. So, Tristani, the floor is yours. Tristana, sorry.
So I have two challenges, I believe. The first one is to energize the audience. I think the just has kicked in. So if you allow me, I would kindly ask you to stand up a little bit. Can you please stand up? Maybe this would also help those that are listening online. A little energizer, just like, to shake off these, these hippie things usually work, especially if, after 2 long days, maybe you can, shake off like this. And then, big breath. I feel better, not sure you. So you can sit down now. So the second challenge I have is that we have, first of all, thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be here, and hopefully we'll collaborate and support your endeavor to develop carbon farming from now till the future. But going back to the second challenge is really, we have heard a lot of great presentation in these 2 days. And I think I could make a presentation by taking sentences from each of these and putting them together. So my challenge is, to do not feel like I'm repeating always the same issue. So I'll try to do is, in a way, I feel I'm lucky that through this presentation and through the debates that have followed, we could sense what are, the main kind of issues or worries or problems, technical problems that, we feel in the rooms that we need to look at. So hopefully I'll try to help connecting the dots. And so it will be a little bit of a summary of what we have discussed so far. And then we will move into a bit more of a typical presentation of what our services and the thing we provide. Okay. So, Sferico is really a spin-off of Sci-Nova. So I collaborate with Ricardo. So basically Sci-Nova manages research projects, and through this research project, we have developed tools. We focused on soil carbon removal. So we don't look at biomass, we look at soil, which is more probably the more difficult part. So we look at soils, and at the moment we are working in the Spanish market, wishing one day to move into the other areas, other countries if there is interest, but at the moment we are mostly Spanish. And basically we provide a monitoring system. We provide digital tools and protocols to do what you are looking for, defining the baseline, following the impact of the various practices and so on, so you can demonstrate safely that your project, your initiative have created such and such impact. So we're not connected with, we have no economic interest in generating more credits or so on. We are focusing on providing a robust measuring mechanism. And we are focused on soil carbon, but on Mediterranean orchards. So we have focused on almond. Our initial study was on almond, but olive trees and, in a way, vineyards have a lot of similarities. So going into this summary, if you like, and connecting the dots. So how does carbon farming work. And I think it's important for us all to remember this. So the basic mechanism that would allow a claim or a credit, an offset to be generated is that there must be within this voluntary market framework, in a way, is that it is through the intervention of who pays to get the credits that something happens that otherwise would not have happened. So it's really, we have to look. We have discussed about this additionality thing. So we cannot expect, if it was something like, oh, I found 10 tons of carbon in my field, how can I capitalize this? It probably would be called carbon mining, but it's called carbon farming. So we have to farm carbon, we have to implement practices, and it's through the implementation of new practices, of something that is unusual, that we generate a credit, something that we can be rewarded for. So in general, as a guiding principle, I think it's interesting to think about carbon markets, as especially carbon farming, as project-based. It is, we have to think, this is my landscape, this is my territory, this is my farm, or whatever the scale you're looking at. But what should we do here? How can we decide what is best? And perhaps as a council, it's really, the standards are emerging, mechanisms to develop baselines are emerging. We can provide baselines. The Commission is attempting to provide regional baselines. So it is important that you understand how those things works, to be ready and to kind of lobby on to make sure that those standards will include or will be useful for your agrosystem, for sure. But what we detect from the, in a way, startup ecosystem that is working on carbon farming is that the most challenging thing at the end of the day is to convince the farmers to change practices. And this is, from our interpretation of what is happening, is the most complicated thing. Perhaps you have a lot more knowledge on, which are, and we have seen it in various presentations, which are those practices that can generate impact, can sequester carbon, and is understanding how the various, we've seen the variability that there is in olive groves. It's a super intensive system, it's a traditional system, it's in the mountain, it's in a flat area, there is different type of, it's irrigated, it's not irrigated. So there are many differences, but in a way, for each of them, we can imagine, or we can develop those arguments. And Paolo mentioned this storytelling behind, how we create the credits, and so we can imagine, how could we push the system to be more sustainable, to capture more carbon, and perhaps this is the most important job, in my opinion, that you have, and because the power that you have in influencing how olives are grown. Anyway, I'm extending myself a lot. A minute ago.
2 minutes.
I'm joking. So yeah, no, I will be very quick here, just to remind that sometime, and again, we have heard, please do not confuse time zero with the baseline. So the picture of today, in terms of I take a sample, or this is the biomass that I have in my field, that's not the baseline, that is time zero today. Okay, but the baseline is the trends, what is happening, what has been happening in the last few years, and what would happen if I don't take action. So, and then therefore, do think it's in a sense of a project. Okay, we have identified those practices. Anyway, and we get compensated because at the end of the day, we measure the difference between the baseline and what is actually the results of our what are the results of our project or practices, and we get credits. So again, as this is really based on practices, as a general concept, organic carbon, and again, we focus on soil carbon, so I'm focusing on that. Organic carbon, it's a flux. It goes into the soil because of various reasons, mostly through the photosynthetic activity of plants, and then the residues and the growth of microbes and so on, and the other way around, through the oxidation of the organic matter, carbon dioxide get released. So it's really the power of the farmer to work this balance and to implement those practices like, okay, in my system, it would make sense, or it's economically feasible to perform some practices that sequester carbon in the soil. And generally, to have general references, but you are the expert, we can work this, we can improve or we can increase soil carbon by either maximizing inputs, so best management of residues, including cover crop, as we said, shifting to organic fertilization, or minimizing release, so reduced or conservation agriculture, how we manage water, how we manage the microbiome. We also saw these slides earlier on. And in general, as a simple approach for farmer, for projects, this could be like, okay, should I do it? Should I not? How much would I get or something? It's really a simple estimation. It's like, okay, how much does it cost to implement those practices? What would be the impact on my yield? And what I can get from the carbon I can sell. And basically, this is a very simple criteria. Obviously, it doesn't consider a lot of things. There are co-benefits that are not considered. The yield, the yield that you produce may have a different price because you can sell a different story, but that depends. But it's not engraved in stone, this equation, but it's just a general rule that we can apply to say, okay, it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. And my approach to carbon farming is really to think as a tool to support the transition. If we're thinking as a tool to get an extra revenue in the subsidy mindset, it may work. I don't know. It depends on the quality of the argument that you generate. But under the IPCC standards and rule in general, I think it's better to have this approach to carbon farming. So something that it's used to finance something that otherwise would not be financed, or something that is at the moment economically infeasible. Now, I think I may think of I would love a machinery that would inject organic matter into the soil, maybe slurry or maybe some compost, instead of having to spread it around. A machine that would inject this at 30 centimeters down, so it would be better for my roots. At the same time, it would minimize oxidation. But this is economically infeasible. Even if there is this machine, it's like a farmer would probably not be able to pay for it, to use it. But then that's the type of thinking that we have to have when approaching carbon markets. It's like, okay, maybe through carbon farming, through these markets, I can finance, buying this machinery or creating composting facility in my area because there is a lack of compost. Those are things that you can structure in a carbon project, and you can look for resources to pay for those. Anyway, yeah. So going into what we can do, basically, we provide different services. I mean, I'm not hiding that this is a spin-off. We recently incorporated it as a company, and it's still we are still involved in heavy development. But in general, because it is project-based, a part of development is always needed. We will always need to adjust whatever monitoring system we use to calibrate the models depending on the local context, depending on the agrosystem that we are focusing on. So there is always be some developments required anyway. So we help in defining the baselines. We look at the territory. We have a landscape approach. We'll go in it later on. We can estimate what the amount of carbon removal that's at the farm level, although we have a regional approach, but we can estimate it at the farm level. We do monitoring reporting. We use a combination of stratified soil sampling. We use remote sensing data, satellite data, obviously a number of data sets from publicly available as meteorological data, many data from the European Soil Laboratory, or data on soil types, geographic data, topography, heights of the farms. Anyway, many data. So we put them together. We are implementing models to estimate those, or to model the carbon fluxes in the soil. So all these together, we use these tools to generate these offers, basically, and then we kind of help the project proponents, those that are the operators, in putting together the documentation that is required to, third party verification or registration. To have a look, basically, we have this. One of our main, because this started from a Prima project that was based, well, the objective of that Prima project is called Farms for Climate, and was to provide smallholders from the Mediterranean with digital tool to access carbon farming markets. So the key challenge that we faced at the beginning was like, okay, now, and we have seen it in few presentation, generally those farmers that can access the market have more than 400 hectares or something, or big farms, because otherwise it's economically unfeasible for them to go through all the process and the costs that are involved. So our first challenge was like, okay, how we pull those out? Can we do something that we can pull them together? So we have one project, and the sum of all the participants, it's big enough, so we can. It becomes feasible to have a carbon project. So we have developed this tool, and it's very easy, user friendly. Once we create a project for you, but then to add farms, obviously, as I said before, unfortunately, we're working only in Spain at the moment because we use data from the catastro, I'm not sure. Anyway, property data. And so it's very simple to add farms, and those farms would be farmers that are willing to enter the projects. And this
7 minutes.
Yeah, 1 minute. So it's very easy. And then we obviously, this is to create sort of the projects. Then we start, okay, this is the boundaries. These are the boundaries. And then how we can know, what is the baseline, what is the current situation. So we have a stratification methodology where we kind of look at the historical data from satellite images on the various things, it's like, is the farm irrigated or not? What is the crops on it? Various things. And we generate, and obviously there are, we use, anyway, some maps that already kind of estimate something about soil types and carbon stocks. We put all together, and we pool the territory into different strata, so we can act on the strata, making a sampling approach, saying, I can go there and make a rational monitoring, the initial determination of what is there, and use this data also to, to confirm the stratification approach, but also to initiate the models that we use to estimate what is going to happen when applying certain practices. This is an example when you click on a specific farm, our estimation would tell what the situation with carbon stocks are on that specific farm. And by the way, if I have time, there is a last slide where I'll show that we have a free tool that you can access online to have this estimate, just as a curiosity to see what would be a potential carbon revenue for your farm. Anyway, but so we have all this information is grouped at the farm level, and we do many different processes at the farm level that are then aggregated to have results for the whole projects. We can monitor the implementation of practices. For example, we use vegetation indices to see whether a farm has cover crop on it or not. They have a different vegetation index profile, so we can understand when, for example, a practice has started to occur in a farm, or if that farm is implementing that practices. So we can really get detail on monitoring that project boundary, that territory, the landscape. We go out, we do sampling. Our team at the moment, we have 3 PhD, 2 of them are soil scientists, so we are fully capable of doing sampling, and we analyze our soil samples so that we differentiate between what is organic carbon, inorganic carbon, what is more like stable, so it's particle associated carbon. So we can use this information to bring value to whatever our analysis, and so you can show as operator of a project that the impact, not only short-term impact, but also potentially long-term impact. We put together this information. We help creating documentation and reporting for various standards. We have experience with Verra. Sustain Cert is the connection to gold standards. We obviously follow very close the developments of what is coming from the European Commission. I mean, we participate with Ricardo, as it was mentioned earlier. So we can help you. And we're not doing it alone. Obviously, as I said, we participate in many different projects. So these are only some of our collaborators. This is what I was mentioning before for Spanish people. It's a bonus. You can access through the QR code. Is really you can click on the green button and providing your location, or the location of your farm, and very little more information, you receive something like this, an estimation of what has happened. It's automatic, it's not robust, because obviously there are no initiation of the model, there are no sampling, but it gives an idea of where you are. And before I finish, I have one or 2 more minutes. Yes, okay. Last things about this is a comment about baseline and this aspect that it has been discussed about how you set up a baseline, and how this baseline, how to avoid that the baseline would impact early adopter versus laggers and so on. So our approach is to really have like a landscape baseline. So we have a unique baseline for the territory, which obviously have taken into consideration all these differences between early adopter, because they are there. They're through the stratification, they will emerge. These farms have likely more carbon, because you can see that, and through our sampling, these things emerge. But at the same time, you have baseline. You have like a baseline which covers the whole territory and the whole landscape. So what we do is, when monitoring it, you see how the whole territory evolves. So it really is the sum of all of them. Okay, so if somebody has more space because it hasn't done anything, or it has lost a lot of carbon in the previous year because of bad practices, or bad practices considering carbon stocks. Maybe they're very good practices for productivity. I don't know, but if the starting point for two farms that are part of the same project, it's very different. But then look at the sum of both of them, how they evolve. So we generate what would be a value or claims or offsets, or we have generating offsets for the sum of all of them. Then somebody would argue that this approach would, if you generate, for example, a cooperative could be a project proponent and would kind of organize the carbon farming project for all its members all together. And then therefore they say, but then this doesn't incentivize individual farmers to take actions, because my actions are diluted into everyone else. And so it's like, why do I have to make an effort? This could be an issue, but this is, for us, is really solved because we can see who has implemented the practices. So you, as an operator of that scheme, of that project, you can say, I can see that you and you have done your have you worked well. So I, as an operator, decide how to, then I split the carbon credits that are generated in a way. So this is an option. You can say, those that have implemented the practices receive a compensation according to whatever I decide. The operator, the project proponents. So it's the cooperative, the consortium, the whatever. So this is our approach to landscape-focused baselines and grouped projects, which we hope would simplify access to the market for smallholders. And with this, I finish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tristano. I think your software is visually very easy to use, and I think it's could be a good tool to help us go forward. I think when we look at it, it's something that gives very clear the information that is needed, and it's everything as you explain. The way you explained it, everything seems very simple to have a baseline. Everything. I think it was really nice for you to have you sharing it with us. So now we have Miguel Calero. Miguel is a serial entrepreneur. He's a consultant, a lecturer, a teacher, a mentor, a tech freak. He's an agronomist by the University of Córdoba. He's a digital innovation catalyst and, a very important thing, father of two. It is. For me, it is also. That's why I'm underlining. Miguel was co-founder at Realize, a digital product studio with the upper hand in blockchain, conversational agents, cognitive services, mobile apps, and web development. Realize was acquired by Xertis in July 2022. Miguel is now the lead in emerging technologies chief at Xertis, as part of a team that wants to lead the way to self-sovereign digital identity, tokenization, smart contracts, and other blockchain DLT applications and conversational AI-related products and technologies. So Miguel, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me here. Okay, I'm a tech guy, even when I was an agronomic engineer before. Okay, but now I can say that I'm taking that role anymore. But anyway, what I wanted to, I've been hearing you, all of you talking a lot about carbon credit, and I think that one of the concepts that arises
in almost every intervention is trust and registries. I think that most of you identified that as a challenge, and yeah, I wanted to focus here less in the how to calculate the baseline and how to calculate the CO2 or the carbon credit, and more about how to bring trust through technology. And how we have done, we are doing in shared markets like this one, in different consortia and customers. Okay, so well, okay, it's working. Yeah. So Icertis is a tech company, and we help organizations in their digital metamorphosis. That meaning evolving the business model and value to the society when it involves technology. Okay, so we not only focus on technology, but also in the change. Yeah, we are. Yeah, that data is even outdated, and that's why it's not even translated, because we are more than 1,700 people now. We have offices mainly in Spain, Portugal, and Mexico, but also in Egypt and some Latam countries. I think that right now we are opening our office in Tokyo, and yeah, we are 25 years old company, growing, one of the 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000 companies growing in Europe, and all our accounts are public in the secondary market here in Spain. Yeah, we work with mainly most of the IBEX 35 companies, but also do a lot of research and development in through Europe. Okay, so right now we are working in mainly Spain, Europe, but yeah, I will mention some details on that. I'm Miguel Calero. I'm the lead of emerging technologies. Thanks for the presentation. And you have there my email and my nickname in almost every social network. And I'm leading a small team of 30 people, 30 talented people, doing Web3, blockchain, AI, and quantum, and digital product innovation. So yeah, we deliver innovation from Hawaii. That is our most farthest customer, preventing natural disasters, to Singapore, allowing workers to automate the process of being on board in help preventing cybersecurity fraud. So we have a lot of things, and I wanted to go through. Yeah, Paco mentioned blockchain, but it was mentioned all around and probably in the mind of your mind. In these 2 days, I wanted to just mention some of the opportunities, because maybe we're only seeing the obvious. Okay, right now, most of what you know about blockchain is in the notarization right now. That is taking some kind of digital paper and then sending to the blockchain. Then you have some kind of notary act. Is the most basic use case. And most of the times that somebody mentions blockchain is really mentioning that, but that is only that is really not what we can do today to bring trust to markets. Traceability now is emerging with more advanced ways to share data, share trusted data. And I will mention 3 projects we are working in that. But now probably we'll boost other areas. One is cryptoactives, because a regulation was approved in this semester. Second one is digital identity. Also, will be approved the new regulation on self-sovereign identity based on blockchain in this semester, in this Spain presidency semester. And right now, tokenization is also related to cryptoactives, and cryptography is being a really thing. Maybe you have heard a lot of times that with quantum computing, all of our secure systems will be blown away. Have you heard of that? Can you raise your hands? Yeah, that's not real. Yes, yeah, yeah, because we have evolved that cryptography enough to not have the problems. In Ethertis, we are proud to say that we are specialists in digital identity. We have been working on that first thing we realized now in Ethertis for the last 4 years, when there was no regulation at all, no standards at all, and there was only the idea that as citizens we need to own our data. That is the European approach, by the way. We need to own our data, and the interoperability of different organizations, institutions may depend on us as citizens. We believe in that, and now we are, we'll show you some. We are the single company offering a wallet, an open source wallet, all over, I think all over Europe, that can be used, not published right now because we have some marketing problem, but you would use them. And we are collaborating with the European Commission and deliver in academic certifications, social security certifications, and also national identity schemes here in Spain. So that is trust, okay, and that is blockchain using trust. And there's nothing more delicate than our data, our personal data. So right now, blockchain is really more than registering some paper on the network, on other people's network, okay? You know that for sure. Probably most of you are in the academic area, so you have seen the Gartner hype cycle curve. This is the one for blockchain. Usually, okay, so I've marked 3 of them that probably will be a lot, will be involved on the credit, on the carbon credit voluntary markets. And okay, cryptocurrencies probably not, but decentralized applications for sure will be key to that market. And we have experienced that because right now, not only the documents need to be decentralized, that meaning a lot of things, and let me go through that. But all the processes need to be open and not owned by any intermediary, by any of the participants on the network. That really will blow up our minds because as tech sector, we think that the one that owns the data has like the data is the new oil, something like that. But that right now, that is not the right approach to deliver trust. Okay, so right now, all the processes probably will be increasingly being open and public in some blockchain. Second is smart contracts, agreements between different parties, also public, also auditable, and tokenization. I mean, this is creating the digital twin of a physical or intangible asset. Those 3 keys, those 3 will be key to carbon credit voluntary systems markets, as they already are in other right now in other areas. And let me insist, we've been working with digital identity for the last years, and now it's happening. We are working with other standards and other infrastructures, and probably will be happening in 1 year or something like that. Carbon credit voluntary markets will be one of them for sure. As it is what we do in the emerging technologies. And also, I think that is something that probably would be something that could be applied here. Open source, everything is being public. You can see our GitHub repository. If you have Notion, probably will see a lot of code that we have delivered for the public space. We collaborate creating open standards. We are actively participating in identity frameworks and tokenization frameworks. We build with that frameworks, and we care about user experience. By the way, Tristano agree. It's really beautiful. The application, I think that is very useful and usable. So I think we need to make more software more usable, and blockchain has not been usable for the last like 3 years or since the beginning. Okay, nobody knows how to use a wallet, so we need to focus on that and making that totally transparent for the users, so the users doesn't really know what is happening or doesn't need to be the pressure to being in the blockchain, but using something that really bring trust. Okay, these are like our 4 approaches regarding technology. When we go to more near far, yeah. Okay, thank you. Why? And this is not an academic lecture, but I think that I needed to reinforce that. Why blockchain is disruptive? Okay, it's encrypted. Maybe you know, maybe you don't know. That brings immutability. What you write in blockchain, it stays always in blockchain. It's distributed. There is a lot of nodes around the world, but the more important thing is decentralized. Nobody has the capability to manage that, to change something or to alter how it works. That is really important because in the end, if you tokenization, so you can register assets. So if you think about that, probably the property registry in Spain or in any Latin country was that. Although it was not encrypted and was not immutable, or we were not sure about that. So we needed to trust in people. What we think is that we need to create trustless systems and markets that where we don't need to trust on people, but we can trust in the system. A system that is so transparent that everybody can audit how it works and be sure that it's behaving correctly. Okay, we use this every time that somebody brings us an amazing project, and I can assure that we hear amazing projects all the time to really know if blockchain applies. If you see that, share information, lots of participants, we need to immutable registries, there needs to be a conflict of interest, uniform rules, needs to be audited for a third party. The carbon credit voluntary market fits like a use case of blockchain, okay? What are the challenges that we have identified and really we think that apply to other markets? One is transparency and verification. I have seen through the day a lot of systems to calculate either baseline or the improvement. So the way to calculate the carbon credits. Probably we need to agree on a way to calculate that. But in the end, we need to verify that once we calculate or we get that tokens or we get that carbon credits, the way the source data and the process is so open that we can verify that there are not fraud. Because being a voluntary market, fraud probably will kill all the added value and will kill how it works. Because, you know, money is greedy, and if you can get more money and be not that open, probably some people will take that choice. Second, if inclusiveness. We have talked to corporates that right now are getting paid for selling carbon credits, and that probably not applies to SMBs, to any small firms or even medium firms and businesses, or even big firms whose owners doesn't have the digital skills to really get involved in that. So we need to prevent small firms and increase the digital breach. Third one, there are lack of standards. Yeah, you have talked a lot. A third one, the fourth one is that if you get everything online, we need to protect privacy. And yeah, probably the openness, keeping privacy while you are improve openness is difficult, but it is already been done in Europe with data and with health data and digital identity. So we have the techniques to apply on that. What is our approach to this? I wanted to make an approach on the carbon credit voluntary market. One is a decentralized platform to generate and verify carbon credits. So all the software, smart contracts, decentralized apps is stored in any blockchain. Okay, Polygon, you're using Polygon. I checked that. That is a good choice. It's even environmentally friendly. So one is to put all the process on chain, so anybody can audit that. Second one is to create the market, to exchange that value, the discovery, both the discovery and the discovery of the buyers and the sellers. And third one is to make the agreements also on chain. And second and third one are different because probably in the corporate sector, as Iker said, agreements are not always done in the standard way. So probably they will need to agree on different clauses, on different agreements. So we need to provide a decentralized way to do that. Once you have that, probably you are transparent enough to be compared to regulated markets and to bring more value there. Okay, see, most of you have heard about that. Blockchain is really consuming the energy of some countries, a lot of countries. And for some of you, when we go to environmentally, okay, so in forum where there is a care or a specific care to environment, I bring this slide because blockchain is not Bitcoin, and we have mature enough technology to be compared in terms of energy efficiency and environmental care as any other technologies. Okay, so if you want more information, I can send articles. You can email me, and yeah, we have checked also. What we have done as C30s to say that, and that probably to be heard or that we can discuss. One, we have been selected by the European Commission to test digital identity for European citizens. Okay, we're one in several companies. It's the first and only one Spanish company open sourcing our technology, so everybody can audit that technology. And we are working with a lot of the institutions, both at a European scale and Spanish and national scale. Second, there's a list of 8 projects that I want to go over there just to mention some specificities. But again, if you want to know more about them, you can ask later in the Q&A round, or you can talk to me directly. One is a support. We're working with the Puerto de Santander to notarize. It's only notarization. Well, it's calculating with AI and then notarize the results of some maritime in the maritime port ecosystems, and I don't know what to say that in English, armadores and so on. So they can get a certificate of their carbon balance. Okay, that is, yeah, interesting. We have been also working in delivering a concept. Right now, we are not aware that we get the funding for that. With a tokenized management, a tokenization of carbon credits related to energy for ports. Ports have a closed ecosystem. They need to implement some energy reduction activities that also being measured by CO2 reduction. It's a complex system, but also a closed system. So we are bringing them a solution to account all of that with blockchain. Also, well, we have side projects like monitoring real time all the energy that renewable sources are providing. But yeah, we are pending. All the concept is done. All the technology have been. We have the modeling the technology. We are waiting for the funds to be deployed. We are right now collaborating with the Xunta de Galicia, doing a centralized marketplace for forest in Galicia to get carbon credits and then sell to companies in Galicia. That is a CPI, I think. It's a Compra Pública Innovadora, so we are getting in the process right now. We are working with, I think, more than 50% of the volume of Spanish wine right now, putting in place a traceability system at sector level. So they all share a basic amount of data and come for traceability from farm to wine, farm to bottle. And building on top of that, once they have trusted data, building on top of that other value-added data like CO2. We're exploring that right now, or origin certification, or other kind of certifications that they are right now they're delivering to the customer. It's both focus on the customer experience, but also in consolidating all their data, both at sector level and at company level. And for more that I want to bring here, multi-hub, that is a proof of concept in the Basque Country that is now working. So people that produce energy with their solar panels can get tokens and then spend that tokens in, I don't know how to say that, to bring energy to their cars. That is electrolineras, but I don't know how to say that in English. Electrolinera, it's like a gasolinera, but for...
Instead of the fuel station is the electric power station. So
fuel station, but with energy, with electricity. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Goaove, that right now is in production. We are building it. It's an app with Migas and Lidl, certifying and UPA, certifying best practices in what they call and certify aceite de oliva virgen extra tradicional, so certifying some practices that are traditional, and getting the certificate and tracing from every plot olive trees to the bottle of olive oil. And no waste, again, is with Eroski, tracing and adding valued premium fresh products in the supply chain and the cold chain, and EPSI Vector, that we are proud to say that working with the European Commission in that kind of decentralized approach, multi-country. Okay, so I hope that I bring some concepts that probably are related to the carbon credit voluntary markets, hopefully. I do think so. And yeah, open to any question. Thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, it was brief. I think hopefully interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miguel. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing with us your experience in Xerxes and how you're helping on the digital metamorphosis of so many enterprises and all these decentralized platforms that you have been creating. I think they will be surely also be a source of inspiration for us. So now we're open to questions from all of you. Who wants to pass and okay, your use, and then Lorenzo. Okay.
Hello, it's Georgios Koubouris from Greece, from Elgo Dimitra. Very nice, interesting presentations and a different approach from the previous days. I think that we need some information about the cost of certification, because the IOC tries to bring some benefit for the farmers, for the oil farmers of the member countries. And we should see who can benefit from this effort. I mean, if we are talking about farms that are over 100 hectares, what percentage of the olive farmers of the member states will be candidate to be benefited by this approach? I think this is a very critical question to solve before investing more energy and time and resources on this task. Maybe we realize that only 1% of the farmers can benefit from such an initiative, and we could redirect our efforts in a way that more farmers can benefit. So could we have an estimation of a margin that above this it makes sense to try it? I don't know if my question is clear. Is it about the acreage of the farmers?
Okay, Ricardo just came back, so maybe it was is for him. But there are many different certification body registries, so prices are different. We've approached Verra, which is probably one of the most expensive one, which would not make sense in most of the case because of the costs. But our understanding of what at least the European Commission is trying to do is basically solving this problem. So the whole certification framework on carbon removal, and we are talking again about carbon removal, so soil carbon, has been kind of designed to reach a regulation, and it has some principle, but generally the way it would work is that there would be a central body that would have a framework for evaluating standards and approve standards, and probably there would be a centralized registry that would kind of overrule all these other registries that are required in the various verification bodies in the various countries. So as a and because they have set this clear ambition to have this regulation in place for next year, we definitely know that this is happening at the Spanish level in the government, but it probably is happening or has happened in other countries as well. This regulation will have to be implemented at the member state level. So individual states are already taking step towards just like, okay, something is gonna arrive, and we'll have more or less the shape, because it's the certification framework carbon removal is accessible. You can read it. It's easy to understand. So the experts from each member states that are looking at climate change and footprints and accountability and so on, they understand where the Commission is going. So they at the individual member state, that there is this process ongoing, which eventually our feeling is that would allow a simplified certification. So they have kind of standards that they are recognized, and you can apply. You still have to demonstrate that the project is having the impact. You still have to do the baseline to monitor and so on. But there won't be a private company behind having, it's like getting paid to apply to a registry. Probably this registry would be maintained at the state level. This is at least my personal feeling, talking with the various stakeholders and policy makers. So at the moment, we don't have a state answer, but it probably will be cheaper in the future, soon, early future.
Anyone else? Yeah. If anyone else wanted to answer it, it was what I meant.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we don't know exactly. Okay, we don't know. Okay, I don't know if you know how you're doing that. So it's early to have a number. If you know that the first approach to develop any process is to know what you're trying to build, and I'm not sure that everybody knows what to build. The standard approach is that company certificate and goes to a standard registry, and then that is right now the organization is operated by a third party. I don't know if that, my opinion, probably that data and assets framework will be, as Tristano said, deployed in a public infrastructure in Europe. That is, right now we have the European Blockchain Services infrastructure, but probably that will deploy at some point there. So infrastructure, one period problem, and the other part, I think it's early to know. Well, I think, yeah, it's I don't know, it's my response, but infrastructure, we have the infrastructure. I'm not sure if we know how to deploy that, and it will depend on how it is deployed.
Okay. Anyone would like to answer? Anyone else? Any extra info? Okay, so Lorenzo, if you want to make your question. If you please introduce yourself also, if you're okay.
Hello, I'm Lorenzo Lunetti from Italy. I represent an extra virgin olive oil company. I would like to ask to Mr. Conde. I appreciate your presentation, especially for the ISO approach that also we consider a solid and robust standard. But I would like to know better for your baseline approach, because I thought to think that you consider like time zero the first fly of the drone to map the entire area, but I'm asking what happened for a new plans. If you consider the time zero, or if you are considering what were before the new plants. I mean, if there were an abandoned area or instead a cutted forest, I think that you have to consider that, because the balance are not positive for a long time, and it is not starting from zero. So I would like to know that information, because for us it's very important, because unless the new plants come in a place of a car park, there's always a base carbon removal on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, I try to answer you. Well, our approach is based on the trees, not on the soil. Okay.
Yep.
Taking into account this point, of course, we don't consider the sequestration of CO2, which has been done in the past, because that's not fair. Okay.
So in case of new plant, you start from zero to increase.
If it's a new planting, new afforestation, it's from zero. Then the ex ante begins on zero. Okay. If it's an existing forest, you digitalize, you scan it, and then in some point of the capture CO2 curve, you will be. How you cross this point? Because you have a detailed inventory, thanks to the digitalization tree per tree, okay? And you have an ex-ante evaluation of the composition of different trees that you have there. And the crossing point, surprisingly, no, because of the data is real, it's more or less the same. Because the forest owner knows, oh, this forest is 40 years, and you have really the precision. Yeah, that's because the ex-ante calculation was based on yield data, which was from real trees from the area. Okay, that's the first point. But we don't take into account the soil, because at this moment we don't have real trustable data to digitalize.
Okay, but I mean, abandoned area means bushes or forest before planting something.
In the scenario, I mean, imagine, for example, the typical Mediterranean forest, okay, which is not managed, which is not even a forest management plan, because it's not compulsory. That's the majority of Catalan forests. This forest, in our procedure, okay, before it comes to our platform, has to be thinned. We need a forest management plan, and you have to do the first thinning. In this first thinning, you will take out most of these dominated and co-dominant trees, because they are bushes, okay? Then you clean all that, because you have to reduce the biomass. Because we have a collateral problem with fires, wildfires, and also these trees, they don't grow healthy. What we want is a real carbon sequestration champion. And we have to keep the forest biodiverse, healthy. Of course, we have to give support with the soil in order they grow very healthy. And when they begin to, let's say, plateau, yeah, then even in Finland, you have the right to cut this forest year 50, and it has still a very big, strong carbon sink chance. Then this is part of the additionality. The final cut, of course, because you are doing different business as usual. And business as usual is defined because the forest management rules are very clear. Okay, then what you are doing different of that is additional. And we don't take into account, at this moment the soil. Then you have your forest. Then you have how forest management is managed is through blocks, rodales in Spanish. Okay, then in every block, for example, in Euskadi, every block, 1 hectare is 1 tree species. And this is a biodiversity, of course, because you have eucalyptus, you have pines, you have radiata, you have spruces, every hectare, okay? And this is the way Euskadi manage their forest. You can have, in part of these blocks, no trees. Then if you plant these trees, this is going to be introduced in the platform as a new afforestation. Okay? Always considering no soil effect at this moment.
Okay.
When we have the information trusted, validated, but you are here, I mean, the ecosystem is here. I mean, you are who are going to decide all that. Of course, we will introduce this data in our platform because our platform is dealing now with forest. We are going to introduce also green kilowatts because we have won a public contract in Catalonia about this. 30 Carbon is a platform for net offsetting different types of tokens, and forests are the first ones. Second ones will be, I'm sure, I think, kilowatts, green kilowatts. Third one, hopefully, soils. But that depends of the level of maturity and really the trusted values that everybody agrees. And that's your role.
Hello, Justin from Cobham Estate in Australia. I don't know if anyone else is feeling this, but I've sort of felt this gnawing feeling in my stomach all day today of contradictions and just hearing different things, whether it's technology versus sampling versus modeling, markets, use established registries, or create your own market. I'm not saying which is wrong. But I'm just interested on your views. I'm feeling all these contradictions, and this is probably the challenge for the IOC and the industry. How do we navigate through these contradictions and uncertainties?
Anyone would like to answer? Yeah, I think that's a really it's a challenge. It was one of the motives that we organized this workshop is because we saw there was this need. It's a need that we all feel that it's something that is coming and is coming fast. And what Juan Antonio could see while he was also gathering the pieces for the program is there are so many different approaches, and that's why we wanted you to be here with us to help us to it's not today, it's not tomorrow that we'll find a path, but I think that during this next period we will try to find a path for this. Juan Antonio.
Yes, really one of the main objectives of this workshop was put face to face the several approaches, the several point of view between science people, technician people, technology people, private companies. So it's logical that appears seems contradiction, but I don't think that there is discussion, scientific discussions about how is the best methodology to assessment any concrete issue is logical. Scientists is the role for the scientist people, so it's logical. But really now, after 2 years, two days, sorry, 2 days, sorry, on work of this, we will achieve 2 years for sure. But after these 2 days, I think that we have more or less a 360 degrees approach about the problem or the opportunity of this. And now we have the task. The ball is our roof, and we catch all your opinions, all your approach, and then we will put the ball into on the field, and we will work towards to contribute or to collaborate to develop a robust methodology for benefit our final client, that you are the final client. our final clients are private companies, are farmers, are operators in the sector. So this is our objective to contribute to build a robust scheme that considers the particularity of the olive oil sector and try to move the theoretical or the general scheme to defend the interest of the olive oil sector, and then to put at your disposal methodology, tools, if it's possible, technology to take this opportunity for the benefit of the farmer and the industrial companies or all the operators in the sector. This is our role in this case.
Just complementing, sorry.
What I have the feeling during the 2 days that the carbon credit market is controlled by private companies. I miss to see public services doing this kind of things, on modelings, on technology, on artificial intelligence, but all the things that is controlled by companies, so private companies. So the farmers will pay for that. I don't know.
Perhaps also just to complement what Juan Antonio was saying, I will make here a little bit of parallel. At the IUC, we have another unit, is the standardization unit that makes standards for physical-chemical analysis, organoleptic assessment analysis, standards on olive oil and table olives. And those standards that are developed by them, many of them are automatically integrated in EU regulations, or they're automatically integrated in Codex Alimentarius. So what I wanted to state with this is, as Juan Antonio has said, what we are trying to do is to find the standard or a standard that can be used for whoever wants to use it. Maybe we can arrive to even have a tool, but it's difficult because there are many people interested in developing that tool, but maybe we can arrive to it. But at least to have a standard or try to establish the baselines for this to be taken. But also, if you look at the certification bodies, how many are public? So, so I think it's important. At the IOC, we can try to give a methodology, all the tools and instruments to develop this. Of course, all of us want it to be accessible for farmers with 1 hectare and farmers to 1,000 or 10,000 hectares. We want this to arrive to publics and to millers, and but what we can do is to develop or to help to create the base of the pyramid for them to achieve the other steps. No, Juan Antonio? So it's
in the Jaime the intervention from Jaime Lillo yesterday. There was I think that was the last slide. It was our vision about this, our proposal roadmap. Tomorrow in the conclusions, maybe we will explain with more details what is our vision ex ante this workshop and our vision with your opinion and with your knowledge expressed in this workshop. So let me, during this afternoon of this evening, I don't know exactly when, you will receive a very, very short survey with a very, very short list of questions that is with a numeric evaluation. You can fulfill the survey with your device, with your phone, with your computer, etc. But it's very useful for us to build the conclusion of this workshop. It's a very, very short survey. It's not take more than 2-3 minutes into fill or more if you need to think more your question, but your answer, please. Sorry, but it's very useful for us to have your answer to this survey. Okay.
Okay. So now let's make a group photo outside because many of you are going away. So, and tomorrow will be raining cats and dogs. So let's make a group photo outside near the building or the dove. Okay.
Now this is international only.